All right, good evening, everyone. I'll be calling to order the 10th meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. And just for everyone to know, I'm the vice chair, but I'll be chairing today as Councillor Pelosa. She has asked me to do so. And just to let you know, I was involved in the pre-meeting, so I do have a little bit of background and I should be as prepared as possible. So the City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenapehoik and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the city, or the history, language, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. So I'll start with disclosures of pecuniary interest. Okay. All right, so on the consent items today, I do know that we may have 2.4 being pulled, and I wanted to know if there's any other consent items to be pulled by the committee. None? Okay. So if I could have a motion to receive consent items 2.1 to 2.10 with the exception of 2.4. And I have a motion, Councillor Pelosa is moving that. And do I have a seconder? Okay, I have a seconder, Councillor Rahman and Councillor Pelosa. So let's call that question.
Could we have debate?
My apologies. Let's start with questions or comments on the consent items. All right, I have Councillor Pribble.
It's not that tough. I'll start easy. Through the chair to the staff, 2.2 and the newcomer strategy. I just had a question in terms of, it's a 5-year strategy and we are going to start phase 2 now this December. And the first 5 years or almost 5 years in the phase 1, was it mainly collection data or did we already, and maybe I missed it, but did we already come up during the last 5 years with certain initiatives to address these the findings of the data, which I think the data is great, but my question is now, did we do any initiatives or all the initiatives are going to start now in phase 2 starting December? Thank you.
To the staff.
Thank you, and I'd like to invite Ms. Tansley to come up. She is the lead of this initiative and very deeply knowledgeable about it. Just give her a minute to walk to the microphone.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. So there has been quite a bit of data collection already during the first 5 years of the strategy, and you will see, in fact, attached as one of, I think it's Appendix B, there's a newcomer survey, which was done just a few months ago of Londoners, both residents in London, residents in the Greater Toronto area, and residents in other parts of southwestern Ontario. And the data from that survey gives us some very interesting information, which we can put to use in phase 2 of the report, of the strategy. Thank you. I'm sorry. The city manager is just pointing out that you asked about other initiatives. So there have been many other initiatives. There are city internships for international student graduates. There has been Newcomer Day, which has been running since 2019 and will happen again this mid-October. There has been quite a bit of advocacy work with the federal government on barriers that immigrants face. There's been work with employment agencies, So work on the immigration portal, which is a vehicle to attract and retain residents.
Counselor?
Okay, no, thank you for the answer, and I hope in phase 2 we'll have even more initiatives. I think the data is truly fantastic, but I hope we'll put it to good use and also leverage the other 2 levels of government, because I'm quite sure there are financial opportunities, and make everyone welcome and integrate them to our community as fast as we can. But thank you for your answers. No more questions.
And I have Counselor Rahman next on the speakers list.
Thank you, and through you, first I want to thank staff for the report on item 2.2, London's newcomer strategy. Always grateful for this work and the perspective that Ms. Tansley and others bring to this strategy. However, I want to express some concerns I have with some of the what we're not looking at yet. And I think one of the things we're starting to see, and especially with where Fanshawe and Western have went with international student recruitment, is we are seeing a considerable change in our community when it comes to the quality of life for our international students. And I'm wondering how we can do a better job of helping to advocate as a city for better measures at the federal level, at the provincial level for international students, how we can better align our, what's going on in our housing crisis with how we're taking on more international students in this market and in this city. I feel like there is a crisis brewing around international students and the challenges they are experiencing around quality of life. I've heard anecdotally from our food banks the increase that they're seeing in international students coming and needing some support as well. So I'm wondering how do we put more of a lens on that impact that it's having in our city? Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, to the staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, that's an excellent question. So the newcomer strategy has been keeping abreast of concerns which we first noticed in other municipalities, specifically around the quality of life and mental health of international students. And as you know, we have almost 13,000 international students in London, spread out through the college and the university and the affiliated colleges. All 5 of those bodies are represented on the advisory body of the newcomer strategy. So we are in close touch with them. In fact, when it comes to advocacy, specifically with the federal government, international students and their pathways to permanent residency have been at the top of the agenda of the newcomer strategy advisory body. Concerning housing, I have recently joined the internal housing supply reference group, and I was able to make a presentation last month to the meeting of that reference group, specifically on newcomers, the population trends, their housing needs, and housing needs by all categories of immigration, whether they're economic immigrants or permanent residents, refugees, international students. So hoping that conversation will continue and concerns of international students will be taken into account. Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And, it's imperative, I think, that we understand that we're having this conversation around a strategy, but that we know that there is a lot of suffering going on. And the other piece of this, separate to this strategy, is, this is in the backdrop to a large number of international students that are facing deportation orders right now because they picked Canada as the country to come to, and were led down a path by folks in their home countries that gave them the wrong information and defrauded them. So, I think that there's probably more that we have to do as a city as we move forward around international students and how we're supporting them in the future, and understanding more about how we bring those voices to the table. I'm encouraged to see that we have a 20-week program that we're able to take in international students, because sometimes that credentialing and that ability to take in students because of visa requirements is also challenging. So to see that 2 students were able to do that is great. Would love to see that expand. Would love to see that expand with our community partners and other agencies as well. Thank you.
And I have Councillor Pelosa next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, a comment to Councillor Rahman's insightful and thoughtful points that she was making. Absolutely, we've seen that in South London too. International students, as we have a South Campus, really struggling. And we know food prices are soaring for everyone, and just really struggling when they're here, and realizing that they're guests in London as well, as much as they are contributors, and making sure that everyone has what they need to prosper when they're here with us. So thank you for those comments, and to staff for the work that they're doing to make everyone feel welcome and part of the community. My questions today are going to surround items 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8, just so the appropriate staff can be prepared. And through you, it's just going to be asking staff for a general update, as this is several cycles in a row that we've seen requests coming from the London Fire Department, realizing the fire master plan has been updated, and within it, we've seen the life cycle of these equipment being 17 years frontline, 3 years as backup, now being amended to 12 years frontline, 3 years backup, and with wait times of 24 months for some of this equipment, 8 months for others, and realizing the huge cost of inflation. I believe it was about 6% every 3 months, and some of it's tying into the multi-year budget. So just looking forward to, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, do we anticipate more requests coming before we get to the multi-year budget process this fall? And if you want just to highlight the urgency of this equipment. I'm not questioning its urgency, but just for everyone understands that it keeps breaking, parts are in short supply if we can find them, and to really help keep those frontline workers safe, as we were also just celebrating 150 years of the London Fire Department service to Londoners.
I believe that one's for Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll start with that, and I also have Acting Chief Hayes on Zoom. So this, I cannot say 100% because hopefully nothing will break down or we'll have a catastrophic breakdown of one of our vehicles, but this is the last 4 that we are asking for right now as part of the current 2023 budget. Any remaining vehicles will be part of actually the next 2 to 3 multi-year budgets to get us moved from a 20-year life cycle to a 15-year life cycle for vehicles. The reason for this is, again, we had an opportunity to do group buying of these vehicles. That means we can lock in the price. We can get it at a reasonable price. We have a better chance of negotiating to get all the vehicles in 18 to 24 months. We will be working with the dealer and hopefully getting, if we can get that shaved down at all. So that really puts the pressure on. So that's why we are looking for this one-time purchase of 4 vehicles right now. And then plus the decontamination pod, which will go with one of the vehicles. And then the remaining vehicles will be part of the next 2 to 3 multi-year budget processes and built into those capital plans.
Councillor.
Thank you. Just didn't know if Chief Hayes had anything he wanted to add on to that, as he is virtually with us. And just, this is the last, and happy to support this, but just, it is a big ask every time it comes, but definitely important ones.
Please go ahead, Chief Hayes.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question, Councillor, and I just concur with Ms. Smith there with her comments. It is very challenging to make sure that we're maintaining our fleet, especially the ones that are having significant issues or we're really coming to the end of the life cycle before the 20 years under the old life cycle. So it is a welcome change to move this life cycle under the fire master plan to a 15-year total cycle and hopefully get these problematic vehicles out of our fleet. But at the same time, that does come with a cost. So we've tried to balance that overall cost with the circumstances of the community to make sure that it's affordable. And as Ms. Smith did note, that we will be bringing that forward in the next multi-year budget.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Next on the list is Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and through you, I was actually going to speak to just one of the two items on the consent, but I will also share both the appreciation to Ms. Tansley for her work on the newcomer strategy, but I would also encourage colleagues, particularly when it comes to the issue of international students and their needs, that as elected officials, I think we all have a responsibility to reach out to our respective members of parliament, as well as to our post-secondary institution heads, and have these discussions with them as well. Ultimately, this is a federal matter, and while the city has a role to play, the federal government certainly has a role to play in this as well. You know, deportation orders aren't issued by the city, they're issued by Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. And I think that there's a really important discussion that needs to be had with our members of parliament around that, elected official to elected official. I wanted to actually comment on the neighborhood decision-making update, and even as I was coming in, I had the opportunity to ask Deputy City Manager Ms. Smith who the new Karen Oldham was, so that I could direct a school her way for some assistance with starting to think about their neighborhood decision-making application in the fall. I really appreciate this report. I know we've really asked staff to take a serious look at neighborhood decision-making and how it balances out around the city. I know that both Councillor Pelosi and I have raised questions in the past about eligibility for schoolyard projects and around other areas of engagement. I'm really pleased to see that there will be some additional focus around engagement in those higher social risk areas. And I think that that's appropriate, because I think that's where the engagement has the most benefit. I think it's incumbent on us as councillors as well to engage with our communities and make that opportunity known to folks. I certainly engage with my school communities about this. I've come a long way in my thought process in terms of allowing school projects to be considered, because I've come to see, as I've thought about this over time, how much our schoolyards actually function as de facto parks in the evenings, and how in some cases we even have agreements with the school boards for use of their facilities for some of our recreational programs. So when we're investing some funding there, I'm supportive of that. I'm still frustrated that, and I'm trying not to look at a former school board trustee, but I'm still frustrated that there are board funds that are not being used to rejuvenate some of the playground and yard structures that our students need. But I'm really excited to see some of the novel ideas that students bring forward and that actually get some neighborhood decision-making funding, including most recently in my ward, JP Robarts Elementary School has started the installation of their musical playground, which is a whole new playground experience for kids. It's not the traditional swings and climbers. There are musical instruments built into the schoolyard that they get to play with and experiment with at recess time and after school. So I just want to say how much I continue to look forward to connecting the community with staff on this program. I appreciate the work that they've done. I think we need to continue to consider how we can make this program better. But I will say it's only a source of continuous improvement. I'm pretty happy with the results that I'm seeing from it to date.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the next I have on the list would be Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. On just the consent items in this package, I'm going to start where the Deputy Mayor left off on neighborhood decision-making. As many colleagues know, this was something that I proposed in my first term as a councillor. And I think it has gone through multiple improvements over a period of time. And as was just said, this is a program that you can continue to make better through experience and thoughtful changes. The one thing I'll emphasize, and for those who were on council before, know that I always emphasize is peace. Neighborhood decision-making and our thoughts around it often get driven into the winners and the losers, the projects that are successful and the projects that aren't. And what's often lost in that is the incredible inherent value of the program itself. This is a program that gets Londoners to think about how to improve their neighborhood, gets them to generate ideas, gets them to go out and engage with their neighbors. When it's school communities pitching ideas, gets them to talk about it in the classroom. Because the voting is open to anyone and everyone of any age, this is often the first time people have ever cast a ballot, whether that's a young person or a newcomer, in an effort to make their neighborhood better. Regardless of who wins and loses at the end of the day in that process, regardless of what projects come to fruition, there is inherent democratic value in the process that people get to engage in when you have a program such as this, where it directly and genuinely involves residents in making their community better. So I'm really happy with the report. I think it's yet another thoughtful iteration of ways that we can consider improvements to the program. But just I want to emphasize with colleagues, do not forget the inherent value, or a really critical inherent value of the program is just the democratic and civic activity that it spawns because it exists.
Thank you for that. That is the end of my speakers list. Do I have anybody else who would like to ask any questions or make some comments? See none? Okay, let's call the question for the consent items for 2.1 to 2.10 with the exception of 2.4.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, next on the list would be 2.4 for the consent delegation of authority for municipal contribution agreements for affordable housing. And I believe that there's a request for delegation status. Okay, so question to the committee, if you guys are wishing to approve the request for the delegation status? Councillor Stevenson. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Pelosa seconding that?
Question, is the delegate here this evening that we could hear them right now?
I see the delegate up in the gallery over there.
Okay, and just for clarification that we hear them tonight. Yes, a second.
Okay, I have a mover and a seconder for the delegation, so let's call the question for delegation.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that delegation is approved. So, Mr. Playford, are you ready?
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and council
Oh,
members.
just a second. You got 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes is starting now.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This probably won't take the full 5 minutes. I'm here primarily to support the recommendation. There's lots happening in the housing sector, and any recommendation that can help streamline the decision-making is welcome because of our great need for affordable housing. And this is an area that is administrative, and I think that with the support of the city solicitor and the housing staff, that they are able to make these decisions and recommendations. And I would hope council will download this responsibility as is being recommended. But there are a couple of concerns because once this does go to into the hands of staff, some of the people that are impacted by it do lose some of the input they might otherwise have. And part of the concern is around key issue consideration 2.1. I won't read the memo I wrote. I think you all have it there. But, you know, the idea of postponing the debt that's on an affordable housing project, or most of them are old social housing project, has an awful lot of merit. I mean, these are mostly legacy agreements that date from the 1980s. They're reaching the end of their terms. The housing providers have lived by all of the rules and requirements for 30, 35 years. They've paid down their mortgages. They have assets that are now quadrupled in value in many cases. So there's a great opportunity to leverage that equity and build new affordable housing, also to fix up the projects they're in, or to do improvements in other projects in their portfolios. So we want to make sure that staff isn't stuck with some policies that would limit that. And there were two things in 2.1 that were of particular concern. One of them, the last line in 2.1, would disqualify a group that has a replacement reserve. I think that's wrong in the sense that any group that doesn't have a capital replacement reserve is probably not somebody that you want to see develop housing further. All of our housing providers, wherever they can, do maintain capital reserves. And we all want to see the existing portfolios, the projects that are now 30 and 35 years old, maintained well. So I think that needs to be either eliminated or rephrased. The other concern is the retention of 10% equity. And this is a policy that's every time a nonprofit or co-op housing provider goes in to ask for a postponement, they do get this put back to them. And unfortunately, you know, an appraised value for a project is a function of income. And affordable housing projects have less income. And quite often, the lower the income, the better the affordable housing project because it has more affordable units. So using a metric to retain equity is just counterproductive. And it could prevent housing providers from capitalizing on the equity that's there. You know, probably, I'm not sure the number of agreements the city has, staff would know, but I think it's probably around 200 or more. And about 90% of those date from the 1980s and early 90s when so much affordable housing was being built. So these projects do need money. They need money to keep them in good condition. But more importantly, they're a source of income for developing new affordable housing. As we've seen in Soho, Vision Soho, most of the providers in Vision Soho have leveraged equity from their portfolio, mostly old CMHC ones that the city's not involved in. They've put new mortgages on and they're investing that mortgage in that new project. So I think the hard requirement that the city require 10% equity is a little misaligned. I think we want to take every opportunity we can to use the nonprofit sector to produce as much affordable housing as they're capable of. And we don't want to get stuck with rules that are counterproductive. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Playford. So I'm looking for anyone to move staff recommended motion and a seconder, and then we'll have a speakers list after that. Councillor Ploser moving, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Pribble is seconding, okay. And I'm looking for a speakers list. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I know I'm just visiting, but I am wondering, given that the delegate asked for a couple amendments, I'm wondering if those are being considered or can be directed to staff for comment.
And I would direct those questions to staff for comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. We agree completely with Mr. Playford. There's actually a bit of a typo in that last line. It should say inadequate capital reserve funds, or the word not should be in there. So we completely agree with him that if an affordable housing project did have adequate capital reserve, that would be a reason for us to postpone. That allows us to incent more affordable housing in the community and allows us to build more momentum to building and bringing more units online.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And I think there was a second part that Mr. Playford also mentioned that I don't know if staff have a comment on.
Staff?
Thank you, and through the chair. So if we're referring to the second point in the letter about a declining balance, that's actually something we're actively exploring with the Soho Group and many of the other affordable housing providers, looking to find a way to, like you said, add more capital or more ability for them to leverage their investment and leverage the building values so that they can, again, bring more affordable units to market.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And this isn't my committee, but I'm just wondering if somebody perhaps then wants to make some of those changes before it gets approved and sent to council.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. And there was the one question about the 10% equity. If we could get staff's answer on that.
To the staff.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the 10% postponement is a fairly standard item within the community, within the affordable housing community that we've seen. But what I can do is I can offer to work with Mr. Playford to see if there are any other best practices that we can involve and use to leverage and again, bring some more of those units to market. With respect to making any changes, it's a typo in the body of the report. It's not a component of the resolution. And I would be happy to work with Mr. Playford to clarify and work on any improvements we can make.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And maybe Mr. Playford could make his recommendation that what he would like to see rather than that 10% equity?
I'll go to Mr. Playford.
Well, I don't know that you need a hard and fast rule. I think it's more, it has to be a little more pragmatic. It has to be more considerate of what the request is and what the funds are being used for. It's important to note that when an existing nonprofit or co-op housing provider goes to get new financing, they typically use CMHC insurance. And CMHC has a specific program for nonprofits and co-ops. And they will provide a new mortgage on a property as long as it can support the mortgage, and they will allow the funds to be used for only 3 purposes, and those purposes are to do capital improvements in that project, to do capital improvements in other projects owned by the same nonprofit entity, or to take out funds to build new affordable housing. And I mean, all across the country, this is why we're seeing so much competition for the available federal funds, because co-ops and nonprofits are leveraging equity and investing in new housing. So I don't think you can have a hard and fast number that works. I think every request needs to be dealt with on its merits.
Thank you, Mr. Playford. Back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And maybe to staff, if they could explain this. I'm just a little confused by this request for the delegation. I mean, we all want the affordable housing and for it to move faster, and yet in the 6-7 months I've been here, I haven't seen a lot come through, and it says it's a normal process, and yet we're being asked to give delegated authority. So I'm just wondering, is there an anticipated future amount coming? Because we're talking about getting an annual report, and given the importance of affordable housing, I'm reluctant to hand it over and get an annual report on it when I'd really love to know what's happening more frequently.
That is a question to the staff, I believe, so to the staff.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of the policies and procedures that we have in this report were policies and procedures of the former HDC. So this is a big part of our wind down activity that we'll be bringing forward later in the year. So what we're trying to do is align it with our procedures and policies here at the city, the corporation of the city, and then that will allow us to be more efficient, bring forward some of these a little bit quicker. We do have, I'm not sure, I think 3 or 4 requests right now in front of us. They're actually waiting on this delegation report for us to be able to address some of the postponements and some of the nuances to some of the agreements. There's a couple that are looking to sever parcels but still retain number of units and things like that. And those would all be pieces that we would bring forward in our annual report to to highlight the activities of our local community and how we've been working with them.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. When is the next annual report coming for the roadmap? I thought that was coming fairly soon.
Mr. Felberg.
Sure. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. Our plan right now, we're looking at some of the, there's a number of different things going on. So we have a lot of the implications of Bill 23. There were the latest bill, I think Bill 97, which is another one. We're also looking at different funding programs. So you have the Housing Accelerator Fund. We're looking for that to complete. And then the intention would be to bring back a roadmap update in the fall. This particular update that we're talking about, we could bring as part of the roadmap, or we could look to align with some of the other reporting that we do over the course of the year, either maybe through our annual development report or something like that. We haven't quite landed on the best timing, but we want to make sure that you folks are aware of all the work that we're doing.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Can I get staff's opinion on a semi-annual report for the roadmap or for the affordable housing so that we have a more up-to-date report?
Back to the staff.
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair. We have reported a couple times since I've been in this position, starting in November. We reported out in November and then again in January. But I don't see any issues with us coming with a biannual report at this point on the roadmap progress.
Back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And I do remember those other reports, but I also remember that they didn't have a lot of detail or information and that the details were coming. So I'd I personally, I would like the detailed reports semi-annual. I really want to be accountable to the public in terms of what it is that we say we're doing and what actually happens.
Councillor, are you wishing to make an amendment to the motion?
If there is a spot in there to change it from annual to semi-annual, then yes.
All right, I'll just wait for the councillor to make that amendment.
I don't believe there's anything in there about an annual report, so it would have to be added.
Okay, I think because we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded, I would like to maybe vote on that first, and then we can bring your amendment or a second motion to see if you have a seconder on that after.
Or can we just add an extra bit on the bottom that, because in the report it does say that there'll be an annual report, and we could just put on the bottom of it, a semi-annual report will be provided outlining the detailed actions taken. It's in 2.5 on page 98.
Okay, because it's an amendment to the motion on the floor, I would need to look at the mover and the seconder. And the mover?
That would be me.
Okay. In that case, I believe that you should be able to put that amendment on the motion. Okay, it looks like the mover said no to the amendment, so let's vote on, or let's vote on the motion first, and then we'll see about the amendment after, if that's okay, Councillor.
Sorry, procedurally, I don't think that's correct, that the amendment takes precedence over the main motion because it has to be amended before we can vote on it. So you would need to have a mover and a seconder, as I'm sure the committee clerk could tell you too, that, and we'll deal with that first, then dispose of it, of moving it from an annual report to a semi-annual report. Then we'll go back to the main fund.
Okay. Okay, we have Barb Westlake Power, clerk. So let's hear what Barb has to say about the procedure. Sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair. Because you're at committee, either option is available to you. You're certainly not precluded from voting on the motion that's on the floor and then entertaining an additional motion. It's different than considering a single recommendation at council. So out of this committee, if there's two separate motions, we would mold them into one full recommendation that would be considered at council, but it's really the prerogative of the chair to either vote on this motion as it stands and then introduce an additional motion, or you could entertain a separate motion as an amendment.
Okay, I'll entertain the second motion as an amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion. So Councillor Stevenson, you have a seconder? Councillor Pribble, okay, and just looking. And if we could just get some clarification on the language for your motion?
I would direct to page 98, 2.5, where it refers to the annual reporting, and if it could say semi-annual.
Councillor, do you just mind repeating that just one more time?
It's on page 98, 2.5. It says an annual report will be provided outlining the actions taken by the DCM under the delegations made under the attached bylaw, and if it could say semi-annual report. And it says this report will be included as an appendix to the annual roadmap 3000 yearly update. But again, we could just make all that semi-annual. The wording is on 2.5 on page 98.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one moment. So while the clerk is typing, I do have Councillor Pelosa next on the speakers list. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Two parts. One was just through you as the wording is still being done. Sorry, concussion, words are hard sometimes. Just looking to see if it was going to be a semi-annual report and then be like, because the annual roadmap to 3000 is your report, if that one's being requested to be a semi-annual report for the roadmap to 3000 too, or if it's just like a mid-update and then the big update, just through you to the mover.
And to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and my request that they all say semi-annual. Staff had mentioned that we've already had a couple of updates, and I recall them not having the detail that was helpful in that, and that the more detailed reports were coming. So if I can just say, like, I just feel like this is such an important issue for most Londoners around affordable housing. I think it's really important to have our pulse on it and to know exactly what's going on. HDC, I don't know much about it, but there were a lot of problems, which is why it's changing. We've got the software issues still out there that residents have concerns around. And so I think it's important to do the due diligence. Like I said, the last report, I know I had questions around and we were told the details were coming. Just recently, the 44 units at 403 Thompson have moved from affordable housing to highly supportive. And I think it's important. I think a semi-annual update on both of those is really important.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll go back to Pelosa, but just so you know, that language is uploaded in eScribe now. So if you refresh, you'll be able to see that. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, and for that clarification. A question through you to staff, realizing we do get updates along the way, and some of these are really, really big reports, and if we're already having some frustration with wanting more detail, but staff is busy doing the work to gather said detail I'm mindful that we all recognize the crisis we're in with housing, and staff is working diligently and quickly with many community partners. I'm worried about the time that we spend making reports and talking about reports versus actually doing the frontline work. So through you to staff of like, what would that look like for their workload? And would they be able to do the semi-annual reports? Now, 2 full semi-annual reports with as much detail as what the councillor is hoping for.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. To the staff.
Thank you, and Through you, Mr. Chair. So what we could do is we could align with some of the other reporting cycles and some of the other reports that we bring forward. So examples of reports we could use would be like the annual development report, which comes out early in the year. We also have a provincial requirement to report out on our HSTAP, so the Housing Stability Action Plan. And a lot of the activities that are part of that plan are really related to bringing more housing units to market as well. So what we could do is include a component within that report that identifies some of these, some of the counts that you're looking for and some of the information that you're looking for. So we can certainly find ways to streamline it so that where we're already undertaking reporting, we can leverage those processes and those systems to do that.
And thank you. And you're satisfied with that, Councillor Ploza? And do I have any other? I have Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I appreciate the amendment here in front of us. I'm wondering, not that I want to confuse things and add an amendment to an amendment, but I'm wondering, I know we've been talking about the discussion about the retention of the 10% equity. I'm just wondering if the update can include that update on that discussion, if that's possible, if that needs to be amended in, or if it's just assumed that would come in the next update.
Thank you, Councillor. To the staff.
Sorry, just looking for a little bit of clarification. You're looking to amend, so when we report back, we'll report back on the status of the 10% postponement as a benchmark?
Yeah, you mentioned that, sorry, and through you, it was mentioned that discussion would happen with Mr. Playford around how that might be possible. And so looking at best practices in other communities, seeing that this is a potential challenge for funding partners, just wondering how expediently we could come back with an update on that discussion. I'm hoping that semi-annually is possible.
Mr. Felberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly do that after we've had some opportunities to converse with Mr. Playford and his team. We'll also be coming forward with a number of other items in relation to this work as well, so that could be another opportunity where we could provide an update as it relates to this.
And Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I guess I'm looking to the mover to see whether or not she thinks the language needs to be added in there around that particular piece. Again, I just want to make sure that we're not losing the discussion from today and having to revisit it and remember it in our update, that those conversations take precedence. As I know, we're all hearing from different organizations that are trying to get their funding together right now and struggling to figure that out. So I would love to make that a priority in the next report as well. I don't know if the councillor would consider that as a friendly to her amendment.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, if the councillor has a recommendation, I'd be open to it. In the one that's on the floor right now, if it could say semi-annual roadmap 3,000 update. So if we could put semi-annual instead of annual and then take out the yearly, that's before update.
And looking to the seconder. And Councillor Stevenson, would you mind just going over the change in language for the amendment again?
Yes, so in the last sentence, where it says annual roadmap, if it could say semi-annual, and then just delete the word yearly between 3,000 and update.
Just looking to the seconder.
I agree, that was our first motion.
Okay, I have no one else on the speakers list, just calling to see if anyone else would like to speak to this. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And through you, I'm just hoping that the councillor will include that the report will include a report back on the discussion of the retention of 10% equity.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, if it were to say So maybe at the midpoint where the semicolon is, before, or right after bylaw, if it said, along with an update on 10% equity retention? Discussion. So after bylaw, it would say, and an update on equity retention discussion. And thank you, Councillor Romings. I think that'll be good that we won't forget.
Okay, the clerk is going to read out the amendment to the motion.
Civic administration be directed to report semi-annually outlining the actions taken by the DCM under the delegations under the bylaw, along with an update on equity retention discussion. It being noted that this report will be included as an appendix to the semi-annual Roadmap 3000 update.
Thank you, and I believe that's in your e-scribe, so if you can update that, and I just wanted to look to the councillor. If that language is good? Okay. Anyone else for the speakers list? I think, is that Councillor Pribble? All good. All good? Anyone else on the speakers list? Okay. Oh, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I would just say quickly that I just really would request the support from this committee to have the semi-annual reporting, given how important the affordable housing is and how critical it is, because it's not just for us, it's for the public as well. And I really think the details are important.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for the speakers list? I see no one, so let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, now back to the main motion as it's on the floor. So I need anybody who would like to, anyone like to speak to the original motion of the staff recommendation? And last call for questions, comments. All right, let's call that too.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that would be the end of all the consent items. So now we're at scheduled items. So 3.1, so these are housekeeping amendments to administrative monetary penalty systems and business licensing bylaw. And we have some added to that agenda, and I believe that staff may want to speak to this. Mr. Katolik?
Yes, through the chair, the report that you have before you includes amendments to the administrative monetary penalty bylaw, or the AMPS bylaw, specifically with additional increased penalties for parking violations and sound bylaw violations. The report also includes several housekeeping items which focus on the business licensing bylaw, specific to processes, definitions, alignment with provincial legislation. And as a friendly amendment, we are recommending that a public participation hearing be held at a future CAPS meeting to remove the location of a adult entertainment body rub parlor that is currently not licensed. It is currently vacant, and the former applicant has not renewed the license or applied to renew the license.
And thank you, Mr. Katolik. Do I have a mover and do I have a seconder? Okay, so moved by Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Rahman, I believe. And Looking for a speakers list. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and appreciate the opportunity to just speak very briefly to this. I'm really appreciative that staff are suggesting the friendly amendment on that license. That's a location that's in my ward. Frankly, the community has waited a long time to see the license be removed. I'm glad that we're at the point now where we can start to have that discussion and have a public participation meeting on it. So certainly encourage colleagues to support that, and hopefully we can get that done after the PPM is held, and we can move forward with removing one more of those licenses from our zoning and licensing inventory.
And thank you, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Looking for more speakers. And last call for speakers. Okay, let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that moves us on to section 4, items for direction. First, we have 4.1, occupant noise enforcement partner pilot project update. I don't believe we have anyone from staff that has anything to speak to that, so I guess I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Pelosa, you're moving that, and I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson. And Councillor Trosso, first on the speakers list.
Thank you very much. I feel like a guest again after PEC yesterday. I'm not a member of this committee, but this is an issue that is very important to me. It's very important to people in my ward. Oh, am I okay? I get a lot of calls about this, and I get a lot of complaints about this. And I've also been trying to work through the Service London system. In my opinion, and I'm going to be very frank and I'm going to be very blunt, because I'm not saying anything I haven't told you all before. This is not working. This enforcement of the noise bylaw is really the Achilles heel of the enforcement system. And I'm disappointed that we're not getting more on this. This is just going to go through, but I want to say that at council, I will be opposing this. And I will have more to say at council, but I think here at the committee, I just want to spend a little bit of time to express my frustration on behalf of so many of my so many of my constituents who really are frustrated and they can't get through, especially if it's at night, and they just give up. So when we have these numbers of the very, very few numbers of actual violations, that is a real serious underreporting. And I want to suggest that I appreciate sending people out in pairs. I think that's a good idea anyway. And I appreciate your enforcement officers trying to ascertain from the police if there are particular dangerous issues on the premises. I think that's also something reasonable. I suspect that city staff will have an easier time getting through to the non-emergency police department through some mechanism than members of the public. Because members of the public, especially at night, are not able to get through. It's very rare that people are able to get through. My first question is, does the city have a 24-hour call-in line that's staffed?
And to the staff.
Through the chair, as part of this pilot, all occupant noise complaints are vetted through the police non-emergency line. And the reason for that is because we want to ensure officer safety. So we want to ensure that a noise complaint is not also associated with any other criminal matters, such as spousal abuse. That could also come in as a noise complaint, but it ended up that complaint comes in the afternoon. The police were out there that morning. So that is the reason that the partnership that we created with the London Police, that all calls were vetted through.
Thank you, I understand that. My question was, other than the police department, does the city have a 24-hour line that people can call into?
To the staff.
Through the chair, it is not staffed 24/7. It's through our service London call center.
Thank you. To the counselor.
Yes, I'm not sure what motion I want to make right now. I'd like to get a little bit more information. Oh, I can't make a motion, of course. Maybe I can't even make a motion, but I do want to pursue this. Short of, and I do appreciate the security concern, and I do appreciate the fact that there are spousal abuse situations, there are violence situations. We hear about them all the time. I'm also aware of the fact that a lot of the calls, and I'm going to speak to my area. I'm going to speak to the near campus area. They're party complaints. They're party complaints. And I think the biggest danger at these parties, I think there are two major dangers at the parties. One is you've got people who are drinking heavily. In these parties, the parties escalate, and the danger, I think the real danger that the police might be concerned about is the physical safety of people in those parties, particularly women. Okay, and I think that's a very serious concern. And the other serious concern is, of course, the neighbors, because what the neighbors are hearing, and this happens a lot. There are large parties, and it's not really easy. It's not really easy to report it. So I think we need to use a different system. And I appreciate the security concerns that you're raising about the staff. But I think a more direct question could be, let's say I'm one of your municipal compliance officers, and I get through Service London or through some other intake line a complaint about a party, and it's been described to me as, you know, a loud party that's escalating. A loud party that's escalated. And I'm not talking about a couple of guys sitting on the porch at 2 o'clock drinking beers. I'm talking about a large party, often accompanied, like we saw last week, with amplified music out on the lawn, open display of alcohol consumption. Is there some way that your municipal officers could, when they get that call, contact the police to see if this is one of those dangerous properties on the list? Because I think to put that responsibility on the neighbor, on the complainant, means that you're losing a lot of calls.
Yes, through the chair, well, we also maintain a list of dangerous properties. So in addition to the police vetting all the calls coming in, if a call is on our dangerous property list, we do not attend. We refer that to the police. If we do attend a large party and we feel that it is beyond our capacity and capability to reduce the noise or eliminate it, then we're on speed dial with the police. And a good example is a recent party in the near campus neighborhood around Fanshawe, where we initially were dispatched to that address. We attended. There was a couple hundred people in the street. We disengaged safely, referred it to the police. Police went in, charges were laid.
Thank you. Back to the counselor.
Yes, well, I mean, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you can point to situations where charges were laid. But when I look at these numbers and I see that there were 488 complaints and eight monetary penalties, and 403 of the complaints were found to be invalid, that really bothers me. Because I don't think people are going to go to the trouble. People are not sitting around at home saying, you know, I have nothing to do tonight, so I think I'm going to spend my time on the phone. to call code enforcement or the police. People don't call in unless there is a disturbance. And the way the current sound bylaw is drafted, that's actionable under the sound bylaw. And to say by the time our enforcement officers get there, there was no noise, well, yeah, that's going to be the case if they get there after the party stopped. But the point I want to make here, and I want to ask you about this, and I'm sorry I'm taking so much time because I can't do this at council. If people call in and they're not being responded to, number one, that's not going to be reported. But if somebody comes out later and the noise has stopped, but there was a credible report of a noise before, why would you say this complaint was found to be invalid? Because just because by 1 a.m., the noise has stopped, that doesn't mean that at 11 p.m. there wasn't an actionable noise complaint. And what I think you have to add to this is, rather than say, oh, sorry it took us so long, but we don't hear anything, so we're going to find this complaint to be invalid, you need to say, we're going to take the information about what happened before. And I don't think a person's going to make this up, because you're going to be getting more or less the same report from other neighbors who are going to independently verify it. So let's say we have a situation where you get there at 1 a.m. and there's no more noise, but you're getting credible information that there was a disturbance at 11 p.m. Do you then explain to the complainant how they can go about filing a complaint, or do you just say, well, we don't hear anything, this is not a valid complaint?
Thank you, Councillor. I realize that I'm supposed to be going to committee members first, so I'm going to limit that as your last question. I will go to staff for that question, but then I'll go to the committee members. And next I had on the list was Deputy Mayor Lewis, but I'm going to, hopefully you're okay with that, I'm going to drop you down to the bottom of the list and get the committee members to go first. So I'll go to staff on that.
Yes, through the chair. Prior to implementing this pilot program, we looked at how noise enforcement is addressed by municipalities in Ontario. And several years ago, when we were also transitioning noise from London Police to municipal compliance, we actually visited municipalities that were doing noise enforcement with municipal law enforcement officers, specifically Guelph. So I attended at night. I worked a night shift at Guelph. I saw how noise enforcement was being implemented. And yes, there's a reality that people will call in a complaint. They're being bothered at 11 o'clock. We're not going to get there 5 after 11. We'll get there determining on our priority of calls coming in. But if there is no noise upon arrival, that is the reality. Either the party has stopped, or perhaps the party was so low that we don't see any noise upon arrival. I have personally worked night shift. I've attended noise complaints where there's a few individuals on a porch drinking beer, listening to music, and upon arrival, it didn't seem to be a valid noise complaint. So we use discretion in every noise complaint that we address. Any member of the public has the right to, through the courts, to issue their own bylaw offense. And we haven't seen any in the many years that I've been doing this work.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. I have Councillor Stevenson next, then Councillor Rahman, then Deputy Mayor Lewis. So Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just want to say to staff, to reiterate, it is a real concern with residents, the noise bylaw. This pilot project looked very positive, and I really support it, the 24/7. Everything about it seems to make sense. But I'm wondering if staff could explain to us how it works, what residents can expect in terms of service, because I had been told that the number that they call isn't manned, so they have to leave a message, but residents don't realize that, so they think it's not working. So maybe if we understood better how it works, so that we could explain to residents that maybe if what they need to do is always leave a message, but that it actually will go somewhere, that somebody is answering it, and we can explain to them how the process goes.
Thank you, Councillor. To the staff.
Yes, through the chair, the partnership that was created for this pilot was that all calls be vetted by London Police. So the number is the non-emergency number. And there are times that nobody is staffing that number for a variety of reasons, and you have to leave a message. And then that message is picked up, and at some point, that message is redirected either for the police to attend or for municipal compliance to attend. So we are aware that there are some challenges with the non-emergency number, and we're attempting to, with the police, to resolve those.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. And is there a method, do you get any kind of tracking system as to how many are received and what the delay times are? Because I think really it's an education piece for people to just trust the process, leave the message, and trust that it is working. And if I can help in that way, I'd like to.
Thank you. And through the chair, we do have a tracking. And in the report, I notified, or I wrote that, you know, we attended to 488 complaints. Those are the complaints that were dispatched directly from the police. How long it takes for them to check a address, it all depends on what else is happening at that time, usually at night, with other activities at London Police Headquarters.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson, you're okay with that answer? Okay. Next on the speakers list, I have Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you. I appreciate the report that's been put in front of us for review this evening. I think that I agree with Councillor Stevenson. I've heard similar concerns from residents, especially around Victoria Day, where people were trying to contact London Police and the non-emergency line around fireworks, and they were, you know, calling and it was ringing about 30 times, and then I think it auto hung up after 30 rings, so they would call again. We're talking about 11 o'clock at night. So obviously there needs to be an opportunity to have further discussion. We know that the police on both their emergencies and non-emergency lines are seeing increased calls. So is there another option that you've seen out there where, outside of Service London, that people can call in after hours, where there's an opportunity to, again, triage with an officer from LPS to make sure this isn't a dangerous situation, but that they can get those issues and those noise concerns addressed quickly?
To Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair. We have seen other models, and another model is to expand the service of Service London. Obviously, that would be a multi-year budget request because we do not have 24/7 staff at the Service London. We do have dispatch at Bathurst, but that is specifically for other types of events that require dispatching and call-outs. But I want to stress the importance of triaging the calls via London Police to ensure that officers are not sent to dangerous properties and to dangerous events.
Thank you. Back to the councillor.
Thank you, and through you. Yes, absolutely. I do see the value of the triage of the call. The problem I see is that, like I said, residents, especially on those long weekends, you know, I'm getting calls as a counselor and emails at all hours of the night because they can't get through to anybody. They're unsure if they've went through the right or wrong process. They're sometimes being told, I spoke to someone just before this committee who walked me through the process by which he tried to make a complaint, was sent and bounced around between Service London, the non-emergency line, and the fire and fire services. And finally, fire services was able to connect him and suggested that he call a counselor and have a conversation about it. So I do think that the program has value in that it saves officer time. It allows us to look at those peak times that our bylaw officers are out doing noise and parking enforcement and sunset those around each other. I think that's good practice. But I do see that initial call from a resident, we need to find a better way within our systems, whether it's the police LPS communication system in the non-emergency or in another system to be able to help residents be able to feel that their noise concern is being dealt with and can be addressed. And so maybe that's more information. Maybe that's a better partnership around a multi-year budget for additional communications staff for the police. I know that usually doesn't come in that way, but something to help us so that we can see the benefit of the program that we're hoping to see. Thanks.
Yes, and through the chair, I'm committed to always look at processes and see where the issues are with missing links to improve customer service.
Thank you. Counselor, are you following up, or that's good? Okay, next I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and through you, I want to start by saying to Mr. Katolik and our staff, I think we are moving in the right direction on this. I genuinely do. But I'm going to echo some of what you've heard from the previous two councillors who spoke. And I'm going to share an example from my own ward to start. On Saturday night, and I wasn't at home, I was out at a community event down at the Prevost actually, and within the space of about half an hour, I had received 2 phone calls, a couple of Facebook messages, and an email, all from different residents, all regarding noise complaints, all of them saying they called and they could not get through to anybody. I actually texted one of our deputy city managers to make sure that I had the right number, even though I hated disturbing them on the weekend, but being out at an event, I needed some help in making sure I had the right information to share with the public right away. I did, and they were calling the correct number, and there was no answer. And the voicemail was undoubtedly full at that point, so the auto hang-up was taking over. And in this case, the reality is this was a community cultural club that was holding a very, very large event where the noise could be heard from well over 1 kilometer away. When I got home that evening at approximately 11:30, I could hear the noise on my own front porch. And this was a club south of Trafalgar Street. So that's a fair distance. And the fact that none of those 5 residents were able to get through to somebody to triage their complaint is a problem. And I recognize fully the resource limitations that our London Police Services has right now. And I know that they are working hard. I know that we provided through the assessment growth business case the funding for new officers and support staff. And I know that internally how they deploy those is their matter to be dealt with, not ours. But I do wonder if part of our process here is backward, in that if in fact our bylaw officers, our MLEOs, are able to connect with the police immediately through another number, I wonder if an MLEO being dispatched first and assessing the situation from a street side, not even necessarily engaging with residents, but simply a curbside presence to see if indeed there's a situation that may need police involvement or police triaging before they potentially engage, might be a different way to go. But I also don't want to, put at risk the safety of our MLEOs, although I recognize sometimes they respond even to property standards matters where they face aggressive, threatening individuals. So it's never a perfect system. I don't know if Mr. Katolik has any thoughts to offer in follow-up to that. Again, I want to stress, I think we're on the right track. I think this is the way to go. I don't think we want police having to respond to every noise complaint. And I do absolutely acknowledge that there are a number of noise complaints that are just frivolous. Whether it's neighbors who don't like each other, whether it's, some, and I know a couple of weeks ago I got a complaint about some teenagers in a backyard who were sitting around a bonfire and the music was too loud. Well, that house is literally adjoining my property, one property over and one property behind, and I had my windows open and the kids weren't bothering me, so the music wasn't that loud. So I acknowledge that sometimes these complaints are more neighborhood disputes than they are an actual bylaw violation. So I recognize there's no easy answer, but I do wonder if Mr. Katolik might have any thoughts on that. And just before I do that, I will share with committee that I think perhaps Clause C might want to consider that civic administration be directed to bring forward as part of a multi-year budget business case that provides funding to continue to improve the partnered occupant noise enforcement program, so that if extra funds are required for an improvement process, that we're not just limiting it to continue the process that we have today, but that if more funding is needed for an improved response, bring that forward and tell us so that we can consider if that's worthy of funding. So I'll stop there and just see if staff have any thoughts to offer.
Thank you, Councillor. That was exactly 5 minutes. Back to staff.
Yes, through the chair. We looked at a number of different options, and we've been doing noise enforcement since around 2015. And the process there was that we were actually picking up the calls via our cars, but we were not vetting them through the police. We had our dangerous property list that we have, and we keep it updated, but we did not know whether we're going to a spousal call, going to a dangerous property that police may have been there that morning on a number of, on another criminal issue. And that was a risk for our staff. One of the most dangerous noise calls that you can attend to are in apartment buildings. So driving past a property and rolling down your window and seeing if you hear noise, that's one thing. Going up to a 12-story apartment building and hearing a large stereo on the 11th floor and not having solid escape plans and whether others don't know that you're there, that is a risk to staff. And that's why we doubled up on staff on all noise calls, because sometimes the daily noise calls could be as dangerous as the nighttime noise calls. So I'm committed, if council wishes to extend this program, to continue discussions with London Police and look at other options, because what I'm hearing from this debate is that it's the intake that is the issue. So if the intake, if there's a problem there and we're not getting dispatched, then that is a customer service issue that we need to address.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. Back to the Deputy Mayor. You okay with that? Okay, I feel, Councillor Stevenson?
Well, I'm open to putting that amendment into C that the Deputy Mayor mentioned regarding to bring through the multi-year budget process a business case regarding improvements, if staff feels that would be beneficial.
I have 2 more people on the speakers list. Just a second. Let's take that to staff first and just get the staff's comments on that. And sorry, Councillor Rahman will be seconding the amendment that Councillor Stevenson is proposing. Councillor Trosso.
No, I really do appreciate the progress that's being made on this. But when you say continue the partnered occupant noise enforcement program, that's a very specific term of art, and that's very limiting. What I would like to do is, along the lines of what Councillor Stevenson has suggested, is add a little bit of language to that, or other intake methods, because I think Service London has been mentioned, other possibilities are there. I think this is a particularly poor use, most of the time, this is a particularly poor use of police personnel, and I don't think it's very cost effective, and I would like to at least, given that you do have that dangerous property list, and you're constantly updating it, and you can always call the police on the spot, I'd like to see language in there that says to continue the partnered occupant noise enforcement program or consider other approaches. And you yourself did point out that looking around different communities, there are different approaches. So I would like to lessen I'd like to use the police when the police are needed. And that includes when there's a potential of a domestic dispute or or weapons. But I think we want to have a broader intake system. And you know, the thing about it is, if this is a situation like we had the other night, where there are amplifiers on the lawn, and it sounds like you can see from the cars that there are cars parked all over the place, which, by the way, if it's lawn parking, you can make a little bit of revenue by just citing them right there. And you mentioned that's a good source of revenue. I don't think I think that's a party. I think that's just a boisterous party, which isn't to say they're not dangerous, because I think boisterous parties can become very dangerous, especially as we get later in the evening and all those cars that are strewn around where the drivers have been heavily drinking decide it's time to go home. So I do think there are police issues there, but I want to see, and I appreciate what Councillor Lewis and Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Rahman are saying, but I would like to see the direction in C be a little bit more open-ended so we could look at some other options.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we have a motion that was moved and seconded. So for the clerk, could you just repeat that language before anything, and then... Okay, the clerk is going to post what she thinks it is, and then just go over the language and tell me what you think. And Councillor Stevenson, just tell me what you think about that language there. Is that correct?
It is what I originally said. I'm wondering now if instead it could say, instead of and or, just make it and say improve the intake of the partnered occupant noise. So to continue and improve the intake.
Councillor? So the clerk has just refreshed that, and if you just look at your e-scribe. Thank you, Councillor. And I have Mayor Morgan on the speakers list. So while you guys are looking at that, I'll have Mayor Morgan make his comments. So Mayor Morgan.
Yes, and just a question through you, Vice Chair, to our staff. And I'll just give a bit of a preface for my question. I understand everything that colleagues have said, and I don't necessarily disagree with any of the points that have been made. There is an important policing component to this that we need to not ignore. We know that instances of violent crime have risen significantly in cities of our size. And I want to make sure that as we make these improvements, which I'm supportive of, that we're not putting our staff in any sort of unnecessary risk without the proper training in a situation where the police should be involved. And I'm not saying that that's the intent that anybody is giving here, but I just want to make sure, if I can ask through you to Mr. Katolik or any other staff member who wants to comment, whether they're, these changes, they don't perceive that to put, any sort of unnecessary risk for our officers, because I think that there's improvements that the London Police Service have to make to their intake as well. Like the improvements to the intake, sure, we can have a multi-year budget case, but there's obviously a dialogue here with London Police Service about the way that they staff and support their frontline service communication intakes. And so we have to have the right balance here to get good customer service, but ensure that our staff are properly and fully protected from being put in harm's way. And I just want to ensure that we're striking that balance with this, or at least there's the flexibility to not just put all of this on the municipality, but continue engagement with LPS on the improvements that they need to make to support this partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the staff.
Through the chair, when a noise complaint comes in through the police and an address pops up and there's a red flag on their end, we don't even hear about it because they will send their officers. So the dangerous property list, that's our list, and that list has been attributed from previous bylaw enforcement interactions with either that property owner or a tenant on that property or a dangerous dog on that property. So we will continue to consult with the police on improving the intake line, but it's the responsibility of the police to go through their system to see who they're going to be sending, either a police officer or a bylaw officer.
Thank you. And back to the mayor.
No, that's good. That's very helpful. I just wanted to make sure that I fully understood any implications of this particular motion. And I appreciate the answer from Mr. Katolik on the process. And again, I'll reiterate, as we seek to improve the intake process, like this is a discussion as well with LPS.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the language is up now and the councilors were looking it over.
Can we just at the very end of it put or other service improvements?
Just stand by and
broaden
we'll put that in now. That should be updated in the scribe now. And I should also ask the seconder if the language is good as well. A thumbs up from the seconder and the mover. Okay. Anybody else that would like to speak to this? Councillor Trosso.
This may be a separate item, because I like what she's done with that, and I can support that at council. When you get when you attend a large party, and it's in the near campus area, and you can't tell people's enrollment status, but if you suspect that it's a student residence, do you have a way to just automatically contact the student housing office? Because if it is students, Glenn Matthews and his staff will attend, and that gives you a very supplemental aid.
Thank you, Councillor. Back to Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair, Glenn Matthews is on speed dial. However, he is retiring, but in situations where we know that it's a large Western party, usually at the end of the year or beginning of a semester, then we will definitely connect with Mr. Matthews. We will also connect, if we lay charges under the nuisance bylaw, with the administration to suggest that this is a code of conduct issue with the university.
And my final question is, do you also, because I know this is in your department as well, would you also routinely check the rent registration information to make sure, if it appears that it's a rental property, which it usually is, would you routinely check your rent registration roll and also your Airbnb registration roll to see if the unit is properly registered?
Mr.
Yes,
Katolik.
through the chair, we definitely check the rental license. That is online.
Councillor. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just one last question to staff. In the interim, if people are calling and unable to get through for whatever reason, is it beneficial for them to go to Service London and enter that, knowing that it won't help them in that evening, but to provide the information to the city that they were unable to get through?
Staff.
Through the chair, I would respectfully suggest that in the interim, we continue our current process. We are always having discussions with London Police Administration, and I will be putting this on the table very shortly.
Councillor Trosso.
I'm sorry, I just want to be responsive to that last question, because I met with Service London. I had a very productive meeting with them last week, and I explained my frustration that there's not a noise enforcement thing, and they explained why that was the case. And in addition to Service London, you have an email which is enforcement@london.ca, and I often recommend that people use Service London and enforcement, and the email enforcement@london.ca, just to make sure something gets through at some point. So I think in the interim, if Service London is not equipped to add another button for noise complaints, because they explained to me, to my satisfaction, why they couldn't feasibly do that right now. At least there could be something on there that says, at the bottom, for noise complaints, also consider doing this. But I think that would be a Service London improvement, and Service London is aware of the problem, and they have undertaken to sort of try to fix it. But I think they're another party that needs to be brought into this discussion, and thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no other speakers on the speakers list, so I'm just going to call that before we call the question to the amendment. So last call for speakers. All right, let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And our original motion, I believe we had a mover and a seconder, so. All right, I'm looking for a speakers list to the original motion. And I have no one on the speakers list for that, so let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that's the end of that item. I believe it is almost 5:40, so I'd just like to look to committee to see if we should take a break now, because I do know that we have some heavy items coming up. I do believe we have some possible delegations, depending on how that goes, but from what I'm told, they are online. So I believe that we probably could take a maybe 15 to 30-minute break. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you, and through you, out of respect for those that are waiting to speak, I'd like to power through.
And to the rest of the committee?
I completely agree.
Okay, let's continue on. Let's go to 4.2 fireworks bylaw options report. And I believe, all right, looking to staff, if you'd like to speak to 4.2 fireworks bylaw options report. Okay, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and through the chair, the report before you today is recommending that council holds a public participation meeting at the August 15th Community and Protective Services Committee. This would allow council to receive comments on the options presented in the report today and any proposed changes to the current fireworks bylaw. So what this report will then do will allow us to hold a public participation meeting. Following that, we will then seek direction from council for any proposed changes to the fireworks bylaw. Civic administration would then bring back that bylaw by the end of the year, in the last quarter of 2023, for an enactment of that changes to the fireworks bylaw for January 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. So looking to the committee, we have some delegates online, and I would like to look to the committee to approve the delegation for now, or to see if you would like to defer that for a future PPM. So just looking to the committee just to see if we should call that delegation now. I believe Councillor Pelosa is online with her hand up, so Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that they be referred to the future public participation meeting. They could all be heard at the same time and they'd have a secure time to speak.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Pribble, seconding that? Yes. Okay, let's call the question for deferring the PPM to a future date. Apologies. Call the question for deferring the delegation to a future date.
And just for clarification, was all those who sent correspondence wishing to be a delegate, that they all get to go to the future PPM date?
The clerk is telling me that the first two were the only ones who requested the delegation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-1.
Okay, so I'll just let the delegates online know that you have been deferred to the next PPM in August, I believe. August 15th. So we will see you there at August 15th.
Thank you.
We look forward to deputing on August 15th.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the staff recommended motion. I have a mover with Councillor Rahman and a seconder. And a seconder with Councillor Stevenson. So I'll open up the floor for comments, questions. Okay, Councillor Trossel.
The only thing I would suggest, and this is just in the interest of having very full information when you put out your August staff report, is to include a little bit more information about what other cities are doing, but even more importantly, what the costs are of the alternatives. Because while you did mention drones and light shows, you mentioned the costs for the drones, but you didn't mention the costs for the light shows. And just by referring to the Hyde Park Business Association, we have the people who are working on this issue have a good sense how much that is, but I think that you should officially confirm that. And I don't think this can be in the motion, but it would be great if people go out to the BIA Pond Fest to see what one of these laser shows look like. 'Cause I went to the one last year and it was just absolutely breathtaking. It was fantastic. I think people will really enjoy it, and that's not part of the motion. But I do think you should try to get that additional information, and that doesn't need an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Trossel. I got Councillor Pelosa next. Councillor Pelosa.
Yeah, sorry, just hitting lots of buttons trying to get, there we go. Thank you to staff for this report. It's an ongoing issue. It has been since I joined council. Very mindful of potential next steps that we take, realizing it's always a matter of enforcement. We can set out what we want, but if staff can't find the issue or can't get there in time, as we've always heard with noise bylaws, it really does make it inefficient. Also been following what Brampton's doing as they also celebrate Diwali, and it's a city-run and sponsored event. Looking forward to what diversity and inclusion we can have in the City of London, realizing some of that might have a multi-year budget impact or be a pilot project of if the city hosts some of those fireworks like we do for Canada Day, some opportunities as well in there for getting to know about other cultures that are thriving within our city. I'll also say that there has been a drone light show done before in London. It was hosted a couple years ago at the South London Canada Day celebrations. Went very well, but people tend to still enjoy fireworks, and I recognize that, as if they don't clean up, we find the garbage in the parks and the casings from the fireworks as well that staff need to then go up and clean up, for the parks are safe for everyone who wants to use them. A question through you to staff, or I guess two questions, is does the city traditionally lay charges against private residences like in the past? And I've had questions from residents when they see fireworks going off, if it's private ones, we'll say at a golf course or whatnot, of how would they find out if they actually had a permit to set up those fireworks, to find that information without having to ask their ward councillor or staff to know what's happening in their community. Is there a place in the city's website that's easily accessible to help people know who has permits and what to expect to be set off in their neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. To the staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll answer number 2, and then I'll turn to Mr. Katolik for the question about if we've charged anybody for fireworks and noise complaints. In 2022, we had 14 permitted fireworks displays. 4 of those were for Canada Day. So you raise a really good question about how we don't publicly share on social media and on our city website the dates and the times of those displayed fireworks. So that is one of the enhancements we can do now and we will do for our future fireworks bylaw for next year.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Back to Councillor Pelosa.
I was waiting for an answer from Mr. Katolik about what kind of charges if the city lays, if we do get there in time to find people in the dark.
Apologies, Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair, there is an amp for the sound bylaw, and after tonight, it'll be higher at $250. There is also an amp under the fireworks bylaw of $175. We have not laid any charges. We have responded to those noise complaints, but the reality of the complaint is it comes in. It's very typical. I live at this address. I'm hearing fireworks. It's somewhere around my house. We try to find it throughout the neighborhood, throughout the 2-kilometer distance. Where we are successful, we find casings. There's no evidence of like the people are gone. Other situations from this past May 2-4, we attend the park. The folks see us drive into the parking lot and they scatter, and we're not chasing, obviously. So that's the reality of fireworks enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. And I know part of the discussion was from the public, and would we just ban the sale of fireworks within the city, realizing we have neighboring municipalities right up to our geographical borders. I'm sure those fireworks vendors would just move to the borders and people would purchase their wares there and bring them back into the city. So very mindful of that reality as well. And looking forward to hearing my colleagues' comments tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. I got Deputy Mayor Lewis next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And I'm going to share a few thoughts, but I'm going to start with a question through to our staff in terms of the potential of restricting to only specifically Canada Day and Victoria Day, and not, as we have some leeway in our bylaw right now, for a day prior to Canada Day when it falls in the middle of the week. And what the thought process is around that. I'm mindful of the fact that Victoria Day always falls on a Monday. And the majority of the complaints that I've heard from residents come on Sunday night, because people want to do their fireworks displays on Sunday, because on Monday night, they want to put the kids to bed because it's school the next day. And sometimes that reality happens on Canada Day too, depending on where the calendar falls. So I'm wondering if staff could comment, first of all, on why there would not be consideration for the closest weekend evening to the holiday as opposed to the holiday itself, recognizing that we still have people who struggle to follow an 8-day garbage pickup calendar, that could cause some confusion, but whether or not there was consideration given to that.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
So through the chair, I'll start that. Part of it is, so permitted display fireworks are based on a permit that goes through the fire chief. So those permitted display fireworks can happen at any time if permitted and approved. So probably what you're asking for is the details around the consumer or backyard fireworks. And for the rationale on the days, I'm going to turn it over. I have on the line Deputy Chief Matt Heptich. He's the Deputy Chief of Fire Inspection and Education, where this bylaw falls.
Thank you. Through the chair, the days were the concerns we had were with regards to the amount of time that fireworks were being discharged and the extra dates, and then the time gaps between there. So a Saturday preceding Canada Day, where Canada Day falls on a Monday, there were a lot of concerns that were brought forward to us with regards to the amount of time that fireworks were being discharged. So concerns were made that it was an excessive amount of time that we permitted fireworks to be discharged. So that was taken into consideration for that particular item.
And thank you. Back to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. So I'm just going to share some comments then, and I'm going to pick up where Councillor Pelosa left off. Just like her, I've been listening to this conversation for 5 years now. And I hope after we have this PPM in August that we reach a decision and stop talking about it. I think there are frankly a lot bigger issues in our city that we need to be dealing with. And I'm really, I will admit, frustrated by the revolving door of this issue coming back and coming back and coming back. And I think Councillor Pelosa outlined some of the real challenges very well. We have approximately 4,000 kilometers of roadway in this city. We have, and the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Smith, will correct me if I've got the number wrong, but I think it's approximately 400 public park spaces, 120 plus schoolyards, and that doesn't even start to factor in vacant lots or golf courses, as we heard Councillor Pelosa mention. The reality is enforcement is never going to be able to respond to these in a manner that is going to satisfy every complaint. As Mr. Katolik pointed out, by the time they are able to identify some sites, it's usually just casings. The people are gone. Because these consumer fireworks, they're not free. They have a cost, and so the show is often 5 or 10 minutes, and they've been expended. The event is over, and bylaw is still 15 minutes away because they are not running red lights to respond to a fireworks complaint. They are following the rules of the road, and by the time they get there, the folks are long gone. So I think we have to be practical about enforcement. And I also, and by the way, I want to say as an aside, I'm really glad that staff are including Diwali in recommendation A. I think that's really important to be more sensitive to the fact that other cultures enjoy using fireworks. It's just not a North American tradition. I saw a reference to the Chinese New Year in the report as well. And so certainly those organized events and advertising those organized events through our city website I think is a great thing, because for all the requests we get to ban them, I want to be really, really clear here. And I was speaking to Councillor Hillier earlier this afternoon. He said the last Canada Day fireworks in Summerside had about 6,500 to 6,800 people attend. The last time we had a fireworks display for Canada Day with the East London Optimist Club, we had in excess of 10,000 residents attending. They filled the Walmart parking lot, they were in the school parking lot, they filled the school fields, they filled the field beside Argyle Arena. It was a tremendous number of people who attended. So make no mistake, a lot of Londoners enjoy these. And they may not be everybody's cup of tea, but the majority of residents in my ward aren't interested in seeing a ban, and they're actually tired of hearing this issue come up year after year after year. So I'm just letting colleagues know ahead of time, I'm not going to be supportive of a total ban. I am going to listen to ideas around sales and how we limit those sales. You know, in the staff report, option A recommends 5 days prior to an allowed event. But as Councillor Pelosa pointed out, a resident in Argyle could easily get out to Dorchester and get them in the municipality of Thames Centre, and then come back here and fire them off. And I know Thames Centre is going to happily take the business license fee for a vendor to sell them out there. But in this day and age, they can be ordered online and delivered to your front door. So if you think that banning the sales is going to stop consumer fireworks displays, I think that you're, you know, respectfully not factoring in all of the realities of today and online stores and other municipality services. I think we have to be understanding in the broader context. So as I said, I think option A that staff are suggesting is something that I could possibly get to. I'm not supportive of pursuing a ban, so I hope when we get to the point of making a decision on this, that however the outcome is, it's a decision that we let stand and that we're not talking about this again at this time next year.
Thank you. I got Councillor Trousseau next.
I don't want to get, thank you, through the chair, I don't want to get too far into debating this because we'll do that in August. One question I have is, would it be possible to do this at SPPC instead of this committee, given my prediction that many visiting councilors, maybe the entire council, will want to attend this? And that's something I'll just leave with the clerk. But one of the problems I think we have is the induced demand through the easy availability, where you see like these are available on many blocks. And furthermore, you don't have to wait until June 24th. The displays are already out. The huge billboards are already out. And I think it's true that people will be able to go outside of London to purchase them. But this will stop a lot of the impulse purchases, because when you get into the last couple of days, you've got people going down the street. They're not even thinking about it. They see these huge displays with the come-ons and the balloons and the boom and everything, and oh yeah, let's get some fireworks. So I think it will help in terms of depressing the demand. And don't forget, we went through this entire discussion many years ago in a different level of government with cigarettes. And I think there's no doubt that the fact that you don't have the cigarette displays all over the place geared towards children has cut down people's ability to get cigarettes. And if you want to get cigarettes, you can get cigarettes. We had the same discussion about pesticides, but then the province came in and sort of provincialized it. But I think that these concerns about, yes, people can go to Dorchester to buy their firecrackers. It's true, but it's going to be less convenient, and people really will have to think about it ahead of time. And I think I'm going to stop there because I don't want to get too far into the debate. But these are legitimate. These enforcement questions are very legitimate. And it might be useful at some point to get a report from licensing, just to get a sense of how many of these stalls there are around the city and where they're located. And should we decide to allow the backyard fireworks to continue, I think we have to give some serious consideration to the conduct of these stalls in terms of how they induce the demand. In terms of Diwali and Chinese New Year, I think the best way to deal with that would be you can get a permit like anybody else on any other day. I think extending the days for consumer fireworks might not be a great idea if the idea is to limit these and not expand them. Because I think once you do one religion, you're going to have others wanting to come in. And even if you do not allow the backyard fireworks on different days, if the permitting regime is still there, groups can still go in for permits. So I think this discussion on August 15th is going to be very good. And I know certainly many of us who are guests on this committee will want to attend. So I'm wondering if the clerk might consider putting that to the SPPC. And that's all I have to say for tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Next I have on the list, Councillor Rahman, and then Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, and through you. So I welcome the conversation on the 15th and look forward to hearing more from residents about their concerns on this matter. I just had some questions. One, to Councillor Trosso's point, I do think it would be helpful to get an idea from permits of the business permits associated with fireworks sales in the city right now. To Deputy Mayor Lewis's point around Dorchester, yeah, they'll just go to Ilderton as well. And you know, it's funny because I can see the fireworks that happen in Ilderton from my house. So I'm sure we're gonna, you know, promote people going there if we ban them all outright. So yes, I'm concerned about that as well. When it comes to the decision as to which holidays and festivals to allow fireworks, just wondering how we will take a look at that, because Diwali's mentioned here a number of times. This year it falls on Sunday in November. You know, one thing to consider is that there are other cultures that have fireworks displays associated with their cultures that are not day festivals, that are week-long festivals in some cases. So I'm just wondering what kind of, how we'll consider that. Maybe it's not for today, maybe that's more of a discussion later on. But I was thinking through that as well. And then when it comes to enforcement, specifically around that window of time where establishments can sell them, I know, again, I've received complaints of places that are open or being able to buy them at your grocery store or your convenience store down the street. How does that, how does enforcement deal with that? And do we have the resources to do that effectively?
Thank you, Councillor. I believe that's for Ms. Smith and Mr. Katolik, I believe. Or Mr. Katolik first then.
Yes, through the chair, we definitely are resourced to respond to those complaints and have charged retailers for selling earlier or after the approved dates. And certainly for the August report, we can provide a list of seasonal sales related to fireworks because they are licensed.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, so that's like I guess, complaint-driven process as well. Someone would have to go into an establishment where they sell fireworks and say, this place is still selling them. It's not a proactive thing that we do to go out and seek that information?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, it's both complaint and proactive because we do send staff out to hand out these pamphlets that they're suggested to hand out to their clients that are purchasing the fireworks, which indicate when they can and can't release them.
Councillor?
Thank you. And do we have any comparison in terms of places that have banned fireworks on staff time associated with enforcement around the ban, or if they're seeing any other patterns or trends that with perhaps associated costs that can also be shared?
Ms. Smith.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll start, and then Deputy Heptich. We were aware of Brantford. We've been following in the news, and we had the deputy chief reach out to his colleague there, understanding that the very first time was Victoria Day, and they will have much better information by Canada Day, but he can speak to what he heard from that. We also, through one of the added items, I learned of, I believe it was Caledon, that also has a municipal ban on backyard or consumer fireworks. So we will definitely follow up with our colleagues there to better understand that, because part of the bylaw, when it comes back, depending on the direction council goes with this, will include enhanced enforcement and education regarding that. So it's important to understand what that means resource-wise from our colleagues. So Deputy Chief Heptich, I'm not sure if you have something additional to add.
Thank you. And through the chair, when I reached out to the Brampton Fire Department, they indicated they had staffing on over the same weekend, over the long weekend for Victoria Day. They too had municipal law enforcement and fire inspectors out going around the city. What I did note is they experienced the same type of enforcement concerns that we have. By the time they arrived in the open areas, the parks, etc., they too found only shell casings and did not find the people who were discharging those fireworks. They also stated they still had people discharging fireworks, and they went out, like we've discussed already, to other neighboring municipalities and purchased their fireworks there, came back to Brampton and discharged the fireworks despite having that ban.
Thank you. Back to the councillor.
I think that's all my questions at this time, and I too encourage people to go to the Hyde Park Pond Fest this weekend and observe the light show. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you for recognizing me again. Just two things. The first follow-up would be through you to Mr. Katolik. Those pamphlets that you supply and just briefly had held up. You mentioned we give them to suppliers and suggest that they hand them out to consumers. Wondering if there's anything we could do regulations wise, requiring the vendor to provide them to the consumer. Absolutely, the consumer may or may not read them and may or may not follow the rules outlined within it, but can we require them to actually give one per purchase?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, we could do that administratively through administrative regulations, and I'll give that serious consideration.
Okay, thank you. And my other one is a follow-up to a couple of colleagues who had mentioned it. I know sometimes you look at expanding the fireworks and it might be contrary to what we think about doing for those days we currently allow, but I will just highlight, as we mentioned, other cultures and Diwali and other people that celebrate. Right now, if we're just talking about Victoria Day and Canada Day, those are two holidays built on colonialism that we're highlighting and celebrating, and that's not a celebration for everyone in our community. And my concern is that if we start just regulating it to those two, it is not in alignment with diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, councillor. That has exhausted my speakers list. Do I have any other committee members or visiting councillors that would like to speak? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair, for recognizing me. I just want to say that I'm really looking forward to the public participation meeting on August the 15th. And I maybe do have a quick question for you to staff around these operators that set up shop on our roads to sell fireworks. I have noticed from time to time that they do display their fireworks as well on the side of the road, and I'm just wondering if that's allowed.
Staff.
Through the chair, we partner with our fire prevention officers proactively and reactively to ensure they're licensed. We have had situations where fire prevention had to deal with display of fireworks in sunlight and have addressed those situations.
Thank you. And Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, it's good to know that we are addressing those concerns, and again, looking forward to the public participation meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Anyone else for the speakers list? Okay, let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that leaves us with 4.3 encampment response update, but I do believe that that will probably be a hefty discussion. And then we have the confidential items after, so I'm looking to committee again to take a 30-minute break. Looks like I have consensus on that. All right, someone who wants to move? Can we do 20? 20. Okay, mover? Councillor Pribble, seconder. Councillor Stevenson, hand vote. That's carried. We will be back in 20 minutes. That's 6:30. Okay, welcome back. We will be resuming this meeting. Okay, so we are on 4.3, the encampment response update. I believe staff has a report, so I will start it with Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. We recognize that this report was included on the added agenda, so perhaps it's created limited amount of time for committee to thoroughly review. The table focused that's dedicated to this response in the community is quite dynamic, and they've been coming up with many ideas and crafting numerous plans with related budgets for a wide range of responses, and we needed the additional time to bring forward what you see before you today as a bit of a tangible response. I would like to acknowledge I'm joined by members of my team that have been participating in the table discussions, and joining in the gallery this evening are the co-chairs of the encampment response table, Chantel McDonald and Greg Nash. The report before you gives a glimpse of the dire straits that are encampments in our community currently, as well as an overview on the role and efforts of the city's coordinated informed response team, the focused discussions of those participating in the acute response, and the proposed scope of the work initially, and acknowledgement that this response and these plans and this work in the community will evolve. And it will evolve not just to provide more and continuously improved services to support encampments, but also this will begin to align with the whole of community system response work and link into the strategy and accountability table, where members of council will begin to receive updates through our monthly SPPC reports. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. I think first we should start to see if we have a mover to put the staff recommendation and a seconder. Councilor Stevens, moving or?
Thank you. Well, I potentially would like to move something other than this, in that we're just looking at doing a public participation meeting for fireworks. And I'm wondering why we aren't having a public participation meeting for encampment strategies, because it's a deep, deep concern in the public. And there's a lot here. There's a lot of decisions to make. And I would like to put the motion forward that we have a public participation meeting, and I'd like staff's input on that.
I will go to Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. So what's before you is an immediate response. We've been trying to discern what is possible to support the acute and significant health and safety concerns related to encampments in the next 30, 60, and 90 days. This is not what will become the community strategy on encampments. That will happen through the whole of community system response work. That will be happening in the next 90 to 120 days. This here is focused primarily on the rising risks and desperation that exists in encampments, and it's focused solely on the health and safety of those individuals in encampments at this time. There will be a process which will include engagement with those currently in encampments, those serving folks in encampments, the business community, much like we've launched with the Hubs plan, looking at using a resource to help us in those efforts, like many other communities in Ontario have done, to shape an actual community encampment strategy. This is separate and apart from that.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councilor Stevenson?
Thank you, and I'd like to understand why there is such an immediate need now when, like, this has been going on for a long time, and we ended the winter response at the end of March, and things have been going along, and all of a sudden now there's no time for a public participation meeting. I think this is really important, and I understand the dire need, but there are many, many dire needs, and this, I'd like to understand why we can't wait a month until we have a public participation meeting.
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Chair, thank you for that. The issue has always been significant. And yes, the temporary measures funded through the temporary funding of the winter response did come to an end. Encampments were challenging prior to the winter response, significantly more challenging since then. I guess what I'm trying to articulate is that there will be an encampment strategy, and a community encampment strategy. This here is us listening to frontline workers that have been sharing with us some pretty significantly traumatizing events in encampments. Be it from primary health concerns, loss of life, significant violence, and increase in unpredictable behavior, that the community is quite organized and quite articulate in describing why we need to take additional measures right now. We have the community, the city, have been taking many measures up until this point to try and keep pace with the situations in encampments. This is an attempt to try and go above and beyond that. It's also an acknowledgement of the community that what they've been trying to do, what we've all been trying to do, has not achieved the outcomes and the response that we had hoped to get. And therefore, they're actually tabling new ideas of being more coordinated with scheduling, with mapping, with services, overlapping multidisciplinary approaches to support people in encampment. So I think that's what's different now than prior.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. The issue that I have is that there is the time for the tables to meet and talk and come up with solutions, but there's no time for council or for the public. So even though it was an urgent, dire need, there's been the time for the tables to meet and spend the due time and care to come up with this. The public deserves equal treatment, and their elected officials deserve equal treatment. And I would say what's written in here is, violence, acuity, mental health and physical health issues, overdoses, and the toxicity of street substances, fire safety issues, threats to staff and volunteers, hopelessness and desperation. And yet, what we're meeting the need with is 3 meals, water, washrooms, showers. And I'm not diminishing the need for those things, but this is not addressing the issues of violence, mental health, overdoses, fire safety, hopelessness. The encampments are incredibly, incredibly unsafe, not just for the people there, but for the surrounding communities. And we've gone from saying we're moving away from shelters and people deserve homes and not tiny homes to somehow supporting them in encampments. And the people have a lot to say about this. They really do. And what is here deserves the due thoughtful care of the public, in my opinion. And there is concern in the public around their lack of involvement in this. There are concerns about where the hubs are going to go. Are they going to get any notice? The transition from 403 Thompson from affordable housing to highly supportive housing happened very, very quickly. There was a phone call made from the city looking to rent out the location that was Psychopath on Richmond Street. Whether that, there's nervousness. Well, there's a rumor then, I'll put it that way, but I had confirmed it. But there's a nervousness about what's happening and are they gonna know? I've had several emails today. People are very nervous. And so these encampments, we've got phase 1, phase 2, we've got a full-on strategy. I think we get to check in with the public around whether they want that or not, because they want housing and permanent solutions here. And we're focusing, this is a lot of money. What's coming before us here is 6 weeks that's going to cost $300,000, $50,000 a week. We're giving out 4,000 water bottles a week. And a lot of money in garbage removal and stuff. I would like to put forward a motion that we do a public participation meeting. I don't know if anyone's willing to second that.
Thank you, Counselor. Looking for a seconder to the motion for a public participation meeting. Actually, do you have a time frame? Would you like, when you'd like to have that come back?
Are we able to do 2 in 1? We could do it at the August meeting. Or potentially at the SPPC. I'm not sure either why some things come through SPPC and some things through CAPS.
Okay, I'm looking for a seconder. Okay, I will hold that, and I do have a speakers list, so let's go to Counselor Rahman and then Counselor Pribble.
So through the chair to the staff, I do agree in principle with my fellow councillor that we need a different kind of approach, but the problem is that we are really in crisis. And, you know, the encampments I visited in the last 7 days, 3 of them by Thames River of Wellington, downtown, and also east of Adelaide. They are really growing rapidly overnight. And I do love the theory or strategy of Councillor Stevenson. The only problem I have that we are going to delay it. And the problem is, I do have also questions, you know, when I look at the costs and what we are getting for. So I don't want to discuss it now because that would be a pretty lengthy conversation. But PPM is great for the long-term strategy, but it's not going to resolve the situations that we have there right now. And those people, they need food, they need the drinks, they need the washrooms, and they need that. So I'm going to actually put this back before anyone, or including myself, seconds it, back to the staff, if they can tell me in terms of how they would see it in terms of addressing the crisis right now, but keeping in mind the bigger picture, because I do agree as well that if we are talking about fireworks, PPM, this is a much bigger issue, and there are a lot of people that they feel they are not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Pribble. I actually had Counselor Rahman next on the list, but I will allow staff to answer your question, but just one response, and then I'm going to be going to Counselor Rahman. Ms. Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is exactly what we're trying to do, address a very immediate health and safety concern while we are moving forward with the implementation work on the system all of us want to see in place. That is the system we are actively engaging on. We're beginning those consultations this week. But this report is addressing the immediate health and safety. What Mr. Dickens tried to indicate is, and which is why it's at this committee, as we move forward with the longer term work of what encampments look like in our community and how they fit into the broader system. That is the work that will come in through the SPPC work as part of the whole of community response. So trying to align these. But right now, this report is trying to address a very immediate health and safety concern for the folks that are in the encampments and those that serve them.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. Counselor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I will not be seconding the motion. And to Ms. Livingston's point as well, there are opportunities for the public to provide their input right now. With the survey online, but also I know tomorrow night I'm planning to attend the session at the Canadian Aquatic Centre, where I'm hoping to hear from constituents their thoughts and concerns on these issues. But what we have in front of us is a pressing need. It is one that I'm very grateful for our staff bringing this to us. It can't be easy to continue to come back in front of this committee and ask for additional resources on a strategy and that is still in development, on next steps that are still being thought through, but also prioritizing first and foremost how we get people their basic necessities at this point. So you have my support on moving this forward. I'm happy to put if anything needs to be put forward on this motion, I'm happy to do that. I do have some questions around the allotment. Just want to fully understand. I know there's a table that's behind this work. And then there's that chart below that explains everybody that's funded. But I know, I'm just wondering if when it's referencing the community partners in the first part of the table, if that is a reference exactly to those partners that are part of the table that are already there. It's just unclear to me if, let's say, Arcade is receiving any funding, because I can't see it clearly delineated to me as to who those partners are. So looking for more of that information, because I do know that the public is very interested in exactly who is getting those funds, to be able to provide those basic needs that we have to address right now at this critical moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would staff like to speak to that? Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So from the administrative standpoint, we are looking to make amendments to existing contracts through London Cares and CMHA to provide additional services. The existing drop-in staff supports the extension of 4 weeks. That will actually flow through London Cares to the ARC as they are still operating those drop-in spaces. This will extend it by another month. So, and in that table, you'll note we are expanding or adding to the current city garbage collection team dedicated to CIR for increased coverage and servicing of garbage collection. And then we have a 5-month period where we will continue to provide the CIR bylaw services for an additional 5 months as well.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that additional information. I do find that helpful. I think when it comes to the public and their understanding of what's going on, I'm grateful for our media partners that I think are doing a really good job of making sure that these issues are covered. But I do hear, some desire for more information, and I think that we'll hear that as well coming out of some of the consultations. I know that's part of the ongoing strategy, is to continue to update the public and have that opportunity for that conversation. But personally, I want to share that I don't know that a public participation meeting is actually the place to do it. I think that these smaller opportunities to have the discussions within our community centers over that 1 hour time period where we're engaging in, here's what we're rolling out and here's what we're thinking and here are the surveys. I think that at this time, that's a warranted approach. As things continue along and we continue to develop plans, I think there's more opportunity to share more with the public. And I know that I'll be continuing to include this topic in upcoming meetings that I'm doing with my ward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm wondering if anyone would be willing to second a motion that just adds to this, maybe F, that we do have a public participation meeting in advance of or in conjunction with the next phase of this encampment strategy. It truly is a huge issue, and it needs more than just 3 questions on a survey around where they would like to or not have the hubs. We have already had, in this short phase that I've been in as councillor, an additional women's shelter put on Dundas Street against the core area action plan without due consultation. Now, and people are concerned. They are concerned that where we had locations for winter response before, that things are just going to show up without consultation. And they are right to be concerned. In here it says that under phase 2, the considerations for the depots will be based on 2 factors: where encampments are located and where resources are most needed. There's nothing in there that considers the community or the businesses. And it also says that it refers to social depots, which are going to be temporary, service depots, which are going to be temporary, and then urban depots, which are going to be utilizing, it says a potential urban location will look to utilize existing agency support locations and will be confirmed as part of the ongoing work to support the basic needs of those in encampments. We already have addressed in the core area action plan a potential oversaturation of social services in the core area, which was not addressed. Instead, an 88-page Help in Hard Times booklet was updated, and that was ticked off as completed in the core area action plan. And it's simply not acceptable to continue to talk about supporting the core area and then not allow the people a voice or allow the people's elected representative a voice, because I have still not yet been allowed to attend any part of this Health and Homeless Summit. There have been several meetings of which other people are allowed to be part of that process, and we are not, and as the public, we are not. So I'm asking, at the very least, that we put a public participation meeting where there is an opportunity for the people to have a say on this, so that you guys can take that into consideration as we move forward. So do I have a second?
Thank you, Councillor. I guess before we go to staff for anything, let's see if you do have a seconder. Okay, we don't have a seconder as of yet, so I do have someone on the speakers list. That's Councillor Pribble.
Through the chair to the staff, in our meetings, in the summit meetings for mental health and homelessness, are we planning actually a public participation meeting in some stage? Or were we thinking of it, or were we kind of going to roll it out on our own together with the agencies and partners?
Ms. Livingston.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the work that's happening right now is to engage with the community through a variety of mechanisms, including the community meetings that are being held this week, the Get Involved survey, standing up the business reference table, which is part of the implementation framework so they can be consulted directly, standing up the development reference table. That's all happening right now, so that the feedback around the work of the hubs can be fed into the hub implementation table, so that as they're developing the plan, in real time, they have that feedback and input. Where hubs can be located, where they shouldn't be located, how they can be good neighbors, all of that can go right into the hub plan. All of that will come forward to council along with the themed overview of all of the feedback. So you would see the recommended criteria, how the functions will be delivered along with that feedback. That's the approach that we have undertaken at this time, because we would, pending council's decisions at that meeting, the July 19th meeting, and then subsequently the following week, we would then like to be able to move to an expression of interest process so we can actually get hubs stood up this year. That's why we're moving. So doing this very intensive engagement through a variety of mechanisms at the front end while the plan is being developed is what we believe will bring a much stronger plan to council. So you've all of that at the front end versus creating a plan and then hearing about what people think about it. That's what's in place at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. I'm going to pass the chair off to Councillor Rahman because I'd like to make some comments. I'm the next on the speakers list, and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I'll confirm I have the chair, and I recognize that Councillor Ferreira is next on the speakers list, and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I just wanted to make some quick comments based off from what echoing Ms. Livingston. We do have the open houses occurring right now. I believe the first session was yesterday, tomorrow, and we also have the Get Involved site is open too, taking in public comments as well. So just because I do know this is a very large amount of work that staff is undertaking right now, I don't necessarily want to be adding extra duties to them, especially when we are in the current process of bringing in public input as it is. So I would not be supporting a public participation meeting at this present time just because of what we have in place right now. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I'll give it back to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I pass the chair back to you, recognizing Deputy Mayor Lewis is next on the list.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So I have a few thoughts to share and hopefully help people reach some decision points here. I don't disagree that there has to be an opportunity for the public to weigh in on the longer-term encampment strategy. And I appreciate hearing that that is going to be part of the next phase. I will actually have a question about this report after we deal with what's being discussed right now. But I hear the concerns out in the community too. At the same time, we have some growing needs even in the city. It's not just that the problem has always been there. The problem is growing. It's not even just staying flat. And so I understand why staff are coming forward in the short term asking for some more resources. And to the point, it's not easy to have to keep coming back and asking for more resources. I did hear, you know, that ultimately some of this funding will flow through London Cares. I may follow up with some more questions on that later. But I think what we have to keep in mind, as we've heard Ms. Livingston say several times with the whole of community response, we are building a bridge as we walk across it. And we don't have the full blueprint here yet. But we do have a crisis on our streets. And I think when we're talking about some of the things that the report highlighted, the increased threats of violence to outreach workers, the just general desperation out there, some of this emergency resource direction in terms of not just food and water, but providing opportunities at scheduled times for access to showers and other things. I mean, I think it's amazing how much dignity you can give a human being back by letting them have a shower and put on some clean clothes. And maybe walk away with a bottle of water and a sandwich. It's not solving the fact that they're homeless. It is not solving the fact that they may be dealing with an addiction or a mental health issue. But I would argue that it probably is de-escalating them from a strained and potentially violent situation to a more cordial and at least willing to interact with our outreach workers situation. So I also understand the desire to see some fiscal oversight and some financial responsibility on these things. I know that these are flow-through agreements. I think in the future, if these have to happen, it would be great if we had them broken down a little bit more, but that's a future thing. That's not a today thing. For me, where the fiscal responsibility comes in is how much are we going to save with this investment right now in terms of emergency service responses? How many calls are we going to take off the police 911 call list or off the EMS call list because we've treated people with a little bit of dignity and de-escalated, at least in the moment, a situation, rather than them potentially having a violent interaction with somebody. So I see both sides of the concern. I do think it's absolutely necessary that the public have an opportunity to weigh in on the longer term encampment strategy. I suspect, and people have referenced the open houses that we're having this week on the community hubs. I suspect that we're going to hear quite a bit about encampments at those open houses. We're not just going to hear about what people think about what the hubs should or shouldn't look like, where is appropriate or inappropriate for them to be located. I think we're going to get a lot of other feedback as well. And I know that staff involved will be collecting that. And I'll be attending the one at East Lyons, just as Councillor Rahman is attending the one at the Aquatic Center, and we'll be listening too. So I hope that every single member of council attends at least one of these sessions, because to Councillor Stevenson's original point, I think it cannot be underscored enough that there is a lot of nervousness and a lot of questions out there with the general public. And I know that we are trying to respond quickly. And I know that when we talk about getting these community hubs up and running, I'm not sure if colleagues, and I guarantee, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, I guarantee the members of the public do not understand what a tremendously heavy undertaking this is to start with some summits at the end of last year and envision having the first hubs open before this calendar year is out. It's, for government, this is moving at light speed. It really is. I know Mr. Katolik's in the back row. When I first came to council, I approached him about introducing a municipal licensing bylaw on tow trucks. And I know that that's not even close to the same level of urgency here, but that took 3 years for just a business licensing bylaw. We're talking about reinventing a system response with 70 different community agency partners, as well as trying to take into consideration the public's feelings and the lived experience feelings in addition to those frontline workers. And we're trying to make that all work in an incredibly short period of time. And I would argue that now is not the time to hit pause. Now is the time to keep moving ahead because, and we're going to make some mistakes, folks. Make no mistake about that. There are going to be some parts of this system that aren't going to work out perfectly. And in a year, we're going to be talking about how we adjust those and what didn't work. But we've got to find a way forward right now. So I hope that colleagues will support in the short term this investment. But I really think as we are thinking about the longer term plan, we do have to think about giving the public an opportunity to weigh in on the encampment response, just as we have with and are doing this week with the community hubs response. So I'm going to stop it there for now and see if we actually get some discussion going around some more pieces of the report. Like I said, I do have a couple questions on that, but I'm going to hand it back over to committee to see where the discussion goes before I ask those questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have Councillor Trosso next on the list.
Well, I'll be attending the meeting tomorrow night at the Aquatic Center with Councillor Rahman. It's right on the border between our two wards, and I've been getting a lot of questions that I can't answer. As you know, I often send you referrals from constituents whose questions I can't answer, and I hope to learn a lot at that meeting tomorrow. And this report is helpful, and in particular, this list is helpful. One thing that I've had a concern about, which I think is addressed here, and I'm pretty sure it's addressed here, is I'm concerned about food security. Because I think to the extent that we can continue the programs that provide meals for people, I think that doesn't solve the problem, but I think it keeps the intensity from getting worse. And I think if people are used to being able to get food from someplace, and that's cut off, people are going to be angry. People are going to do other things in order to feed themselves. And I'm glad to see that there's supports on here for the existing drop-in staff supports. And I'm just wondering if this is enough.
I believe that was a question from Councillor Trosso, so I'll kick it back to Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The group that has been designing what we can do immediately has certainly echoed those sentiments that the level of desperation and hopelessness does revolve around in many ways. People being hungry, not having enough access to foods. This is a plan to make sure that we are providing that sustenance to people where they're at, supporting them. Certainly the access to drinking water, and that's why you see in the report, we are starting this evolving process by trying to take a human rights perspective and really looking at some of those core foundational human rights approach to homelessness in Canada as it relates to encampments. And so those social supports, the health and wellness supports, having the home bus be a part of these service depots, access to clean drinking water, hygiene stations so people can use the washroom facility with dignity. Those things help ease that pressure and ease that sense of hopelessness. Is it enough? The report outlines that we need to start merging into the whole of community system response. Right now, we are desperately trying to keep workers safe, to keep people in encampments safe, to ease the tension between neighbors and encampers, to try and help the community. But we're operating sort of over here outside of the stream of the whole of community system response. So our efforts, including at our meeting on Thursday for the strategy and accountability table, will include bringing this work through that whole of community system response, where, as this report indicates, as this response changes, evolves, expands, learns, we will need to make sure we're vetting proposals, ideas, requests through that table, so there is broader discussion. There are representatives at that table from BIAs, from the development community, from social service delivery communities, from a number of organizations, including healthcare institutions. Those conversations will happen there, and then what we will bring forward to you for consideration and discussion will be something that has been discussed and debated as part of that system response, so that you can at least be reassured it's tied to that system, it'll fall under those values and principles that you've endorsed already, and that will include multiple voices beyond just those that are trying to make an immediate impact.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Before I go to the councillor, I have Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rahman, and Mayor Morgan on the list.
I just wanted to.
And Pribble, sorry, and Councillor Trussell, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that councilors should feel comfortable coming to this. I know comments have been made before about the need for councilors to, we don't have to show up in disguise. I mean, it's okay for us to come. But I know that comments were made before about the importance of councilors maybe stepping back a bit, but I see these meetings, especially the ones that are close to us, as our opportunity to sort of get a little more hands-on. Do I have that right?
Purpose of these sessions are twofold: to provide education and awareness for, as we've just heard this evening, people don't necessarily understand the plan particularly well, so they can come and ask questions and talk to folks about that, and then also provide their input on locations, being neighbors, all of those components. And we would try and answer as many of their questions as they're raising, or be able to take that comment and feedback to the various tables that are doing their work. So we see this as a really important opportunity, and as I said, we will be doing the same through the business reference table with the business community as well. Of course, they're welcome to come to these sessions also. And so I would really be very happy if council members came, so you could hear it firsthand as we're trying to engage the community in these initial discussions about this piece. And there will be other engagements as we continue to move forward with the pieces of work.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. And before I go to the next speaker, I do want to remind everyone that we, I don't know if you have Councillor Stevenson has a seconder for her amendment, but we have not moved or seconded the original motion. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you. I'll move the original motion, please.
Okay, I have a mover. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Pribble. So motion is moved and seconded. And next on the list, I believe Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I have a few general questions. As we get more into the specifics, I have several questions, but the deputy mayor said something about he heard there was going to be a public participation meeting on the encampments coming up. Can I please confirm if that's true?
Mr. Dickens?
That was not shared by staff. No, that's not, that was not part of this plan.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I'd like to request through the chair from the city manager why there won't be a public participation meeting on the encampment strategy.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Livingston.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. It's council's decision on whether you wish to have a PPM on these pieces of work. The approach that we're taking to engage the community in the work right now is through these public engagement sessions, through standing up the business reference table, the development reference table, through the online survey. That is how we're engaging right now in order to inform, have the hub table be as informed as possible by community input in the development of the implementation plan for the first 5 hubs that would be brought forward to council on July 19th. We are not recommending a PPM. If council wishes us to proceed with one, that's of course at your direction. Part of the reason why we are front-end loading the engagement is so that the plan can be informed. You would see all of that input. But we are also very mindful of the time, and so we're trying to do things at the same time, and to then hold a PPM pushes things out an additional month when we're trying to move forward with standing hubs up before the end of the year. So we've front-end loaded the engagement, tried to do many, many different ways and opportunities so that council would have all of that information, have you part of those meetings, and then see all of that come together as a plan. That's what we've been moving forward with in order to get something in front of you in a timely way.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And I understand about the delays, that part's already been made, but the public participation meeting seems to be the thing where the public gets to say, I don't understand why staff is recommending one on fireworks and not on something as basic as the encampment response, where everything in this says that we're working towards a fulsome encampment response and the people are not getting to have their normal method to say. And I understanding that if council requests it, which I've already done, but I'm wondering why staff isn't recommending that without slowing anything down.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I believe Ms. Livingston spoke to that already, but if she would like to speak to it again, I can have Ms. Livingston. So, Ms. Livingston.
When there's a bylaw, there's a requirement for us to undertake a PPM. So that is the difference between perhaps the fire bylaw example and what we are doing here. However, what I would like to just reiterate is we take the importance of engaging the community in this work quite seriously, which is why we are undertaking these community meetings, the Get Involved site, the engagement of the business community, the engagement of the development community in as many ways as we can in a timely way to inform the implementation plan so that council has all of that information in order to make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And I really struggle with this. We talk about building a bridge as we cross it. And yet there are many in the public who feel like we don't even know where the bridge is going. And to just be left in the dark, are we being asked to walk in faith or just completely blind? And I'd also like clarity. The city manager just said we were more than welcome, and I'm assuming that was at these hub things. We're not talking about at any of the tables or anything to do with the health and homelessness. Are any of the councillors allowed to attend any of those?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll let Ms. Livingston answer that, and then I will go to the next person on the speakers list. Ms. Livingston.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I believe I've tried to address at other meetings, I respect absolutely the desire of council to be actively engaged in this work. And we have tried to find many avenues for that to happen. We are providing monthly reports. We are asking you to be engaged in the community consultations. We are bringing every decision forward on the plan. This is something that is happening alongside it, but it is coming here. When it comes to the implementation tables, and sorry, I just want to be clear, we've also been clear in the report that the ultimate oversight of how this gets delivered is with council in terms of funding, decisions on bylaw changes, policy changes, where things can be located or not located. All of that is within council oversight, where we have asked that the community be given the time and opportunity to do their work is at the implementation tables. So I would still make that request. I can't enforce it with you. I'm respectfully asking. The work is challenging. It is work in progress. But those products come here for decision-making.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. Thank you, Councillor. I can put you back on the list at the bottom of the list, but next I have Councillor Rahman. Okay, Councillor Rahman has said that the mayor can go first, so I'll switch that around. Mayor Morgan, you're next on the list.
Yes, thank you. So I'll make it just a couple of quick comments on the general strategy. First off, I guess I want colleagues to understand that, like, and I think everybody does. This is an imperfect problem with what's going to have an imperfect response to it. In talking with mayors across the province, like, there are a number of municipalities grappling with encampments in a number of different ways. There are legal and court cases associated with them. There are those who have carved out some best practices, those who have found things that really don't work. And what I see Mr. Dickens and his team doing here are incorporating a whole bunch of those learnings into this short 30, 60, 90-day strategy to try to make the biggest possible impact for the resources that we have available as an interim step to try to get us through the summer, which we know is going to be a very difficult time. We will not be ramping up the types of long-term system changes that we need in time to deal with the summer. Obviously, that's very clear. We need to deal with encampments. We need to navigate the challenges that come with them. We need to navigate the legal discussions that are happening with encampments. We have to deal with the human rights discussions that are happening with encampments. And I think what has been carved out here is something that is reflective of those conversations as they have evolved in other cities, and trying to incorporate something that will work here for us in the short term. So, like, I know there's some conversation about the health and homelessness work happening here, but the focus of this particular report is we have like a short-term challenge that we need to tackle, like right now, not a month from now, not 2 months from now, but like a short-term challenge that we need to like put some resources behind and try to make better, and then evolve that as it goes on. And maybe we'll do some things right, or we'll do some things wrong, and then we'll have those learnings that we can share, and we'll have with other municipalities, as well as incorporate into the work that the longer term strategy will develop. So this will be very difficult for us to navigate because it's not going to go smooth. The status quo is not smooth here or in many other cities. This is a crisis that we've not seen in advanced democratic nations to the level that we've seen it, and so like we're working on something as we go, and what I see before us is some best practices cobbled into a short-term approach that I think will for the most part help us stop the gap as we try to get to the next phase and the next step in the longer term solution, the next step towards the longer term solution, I should say. So, I appreciate the discussion. I also appreciate the frustration and angst in many of my colleagues' voices. And I know what people are saying in the community because I hear it too. And we're not going to have great answers for those questions that people are asking, because there aren't great answers to solving this challenge across the country right now. So we have to take these emergency interim steps to try to get us to the next step. We have to do the next best thing that we can possibly do based on what we know today. Monday morning quarterbacking every step of this along the way isn't going to get us to the next best step, because this challenge isn't going to go away by us continuing to analyze what happened yesterday or the day before. This challenge is going to go away by us taking those learnings and applying them to the next step in the process. So I'll be supportive of the interim steps that are contemplated in the report. I look forward to hearing from colleagues about their thoughts and discussions, but I want to say I hear your frustration and I feel it, and I know that it's tough to grapple with, but it is a challenge that we have to work on together as a council, and it's going to be something that is not going to get easier in the next few months. But hopefully, the plan that is outlined here will help make it a little bit easier for us to get to the next step, and certainly easier for those who are suffering on their streets, where, as the deputy mayor said, by offering some best practices and some solutions to give people some dignity and offer them some relief from what will be, I think, a difficult and challenging summer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I want to thank the mayor for his comments. I think that, you know, it's important that we hear from leaders on these issues and hear that, yes, there isn't that perfect solution that solves it for everybody, but that right now there is this need for the community to feel like we're doing the best we can to address the basic health and care needs of people that are right now living in encampments. And when we're talking about encampments, we're talking about a shelter that, you know, is their temporary shelter because we don't have the appropriate ways to shelter them right now. So it is incumbent on us to do what we can. And I think what's in front of us right now is the opportunity to offer those safe stopgap measures. And if we weren't offering those, what's the alternative that's out there? I mean, if any other, what is it that we could be doing other than this that would be helping to address basic needs? I think what's in front of us does that. If it was to go to another service, you know, I'm seeing in other cities what I will call, you know, unfortunate reactions to encampments right now, and that's policing costs. And so, you know, we have 2 members of our police service board here. Is that what I know Mayor Morgan has stated where he is on this, but I'm saying, like, the alternative, what is it? Because if it's additional costs of another service, then we're swapping one for the other. And one gives people food, dignity, water, and provides them with care where they are right now, and the other is unkind and inhumane. So I'll leave it at that, but I will, as I mentioned, be supporting this motion in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I have Councillor Pribble, Councillor Stevenson, and the Deputy Mayor next on the list. So, Councillor Pribble.
Through the chair to the staff, I know at last meeting I asked for the proposed initiatives because I didn't believe it's going to get us from March 31st to the first initiatives coming up from the summit. I was told that the 30, 60, 90-day encampment strategic team is going to come up with certain initiatives which are hopefully going to get us through, which we did, and I thank you to the staff and I thank to the encampment strategy team as well. So we do have that, and I believe that it is going to alleviate the pressure and it's going to get us through. So there's no doubt, and as I said right from the beginning, we need to do that. There is no doubt. Going back to the 6 weeks, because there was a comment made by Mr. Dickens that we are trying to get into the initiatives of the summit, coming out of the summit. Unless the dates have changed, the earliest would have been beginning or during the fall of this year. This will take us till the end of July. Are there going to be certain initiatives introduced earlier? And if not, can we start talking about thinking already now? Because again, these agencies that are going to provide these services, potentially they are going to hire another 1, 2 persons. And potentially in 6 weeks when this runs out, that 1, 2 persons hired, they won't have the commitment of work and they're going to leave somewhere else. Does it make sense already now to talk about longer period of time so these agencies can make certain commitments to the staff? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As I touched on at the beginning of this report, there were many ideas that came forward from the working group. And like, it feels like we're moving at the speed of light with some of this, with the urgency. But there were many ideas that came forward. Proposals, additional staffing, longer term, bigger budgets, more resources, different locations. And where we felt we were most comfortable right now was trying to balance getting everything in place right away with what can we reasonably deliver on right now, and then continue to try and refine and evaluate and get better at what are those resources that we need to have in place, and be laser sharp on our focus about what it is we're asking for. So if we're asking for money, exactly how much money, for what purpose, for what resource, for how long. So while we had gathered a lot of ideas, proposals, budgets, some of it did stretch well past the summer. And we could have brought that forward in this report, but we did not think that would be appropriate at this time for this committee, that we should try to do this in a bit of a manageable or coordinated way, knowing that is risking some of those possibilities as the group starts to refine and become more clear on what those additional phases of those response would look like. Be it additional service hubs, expanded hours, additional staff, somebody to coordinate a lot of this so it's not off the side of everyone's desk, those type of things. So that is the work that we will start to funnel through the whole of community system response to that strategy and accountability table. So that's where those conversations around, what are we doing in phase 2? How many people? How many spaces? Let's approach those conversations through our model and through our system delivery. What I would like to just clarify as well is that we have multiple simultaneous initiatives, planning sessions happening in unison. So we have a hubs implementation table that is working to try and land a very comprehensive and detailed hubs plan for SPPC in July. That work of the hubs table is being informed by the online surveys, the 5 in-person sessions, the standing up of a business table so the business community provides direct input on the hubs plan, on the developers side, but as well as individuals with lived and living experience, so that they are too designing and providing input on what the hubs plan should look like. At the same time as running the business table, the developers table, the strategy and accountability table, the hubs table, we've also, tomorrow will be our second highly supportive housing table, where we're trying to look at clearly defining the work of highly supportive housing, getting 100 units online this year, ensuring we have those foundational pieces so people have a place to be housed with the right types of support. In addition to that, we were also launching, I'm getting exhausted talking about it. In addition to that, we're also launching our workforce development table this month, which will help sort of craft a current state of the environment when it comes to staff skills, abilities, and capacity in delivering service, and also mapping out a bit of a strategy on how we grow a workforce, with what type of workforce, and how that workforce could work together. So all of those initiatives are happening right now. The encampment report before you is a singular response right now that will evolve and change. We will make sure we bring any additional measures to you before there's any implementation. And what we will look to a broader community engagement on will be a community encampment strategy. This is simply an acute health and safety response. A community strategy would follow multiple channels of engagement, consultation, and input, including and fundamentally those that are currently experiencing homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor?
Just glad to hear all these initiatives and actions are in place. The only question I actually had, if any one of these, we know that they're not going to be in place in August, and the first true initiatives will be placed in the fall. That was the only thing, is why I was saying, why don't we make the decision now, and why do we come back?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Dickens?
I may need some clarity on this through you, Chair. So what we're indicating here is that these are the first 6 weeks. Like, we'll start as soon as we can. As soon as we have council approval to draw down on the reserve fund, we'll be putting in place, maintaining those service hours for CIR and expanded garbage collection. As soon as we can get approval to modify these contracts, we'll be expanding the spaces and the services. Like, this stuff is happening right away as soon as we can. It will run for the first 6 weeks because we're looking at like a 30-day window. How do we get things up and running right now in the first 30 days? Immediately, we're continuously, I should say, we are still trying to define and refine what the next 6 weeks will look like. And that's where we want to tie that work to the community tables through the community system response. So these items here will run for 6 weeks, absolutely, because that's what we felt we were able to bring you right now. Instead of bringing you a fully baked, fully detailed, here's the next 90 days that take us into the end of September, we weren't prepared to do that at this point. Ideally, it would have been awesome to do that, would have been great. But we need to step this so that we are calculated and we have all the information at our fingertips to bring to you, to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor Pribble.
I'm just going to make a comment now. Thank you again for all the answers. As soon as we know that we are not going to come up anything better for August, if we could wait, not like, let's say when we talked about 2 weeks when the program was finished, and then the agencies are struggling. So as soon as we know that we cannot come up with anything better, if we can start addressing with the agencies and make a commitment till we see the light at the end of the tunnel, which the summit is going to bring us. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. I have Councillor Stevenson and then Deputy Mayor Lewis next on the list. So Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I think my frustration around all this is pretty evident. When this health and homelessness response was talked about, we talked about 100 transitional home or highly supportive housing and the 5 hubs. And now we have an encampment strategy coming. We've got service depots and urban depots. I am not sure how we got to the place where encampments are okay and where we are now going to provide 3 meals a day, snacks, bottled water, which cannot be good for our climate emergency action plan, 3,840 bottles a week. I don't know how we got here, and I don't support this. And I'm very concerned about the service depots and the urban depots and where they're going to go. The women's shelter went onto Dundas Street, and I let that happen. I was told it was only going to be 4 months. Things are not just going to keep happening in Ward 4. The people get to have a say. They elected me for a reason, because I said that I could do something, that I would support them in what is needed. The despair and the hopelessness is not only in those encampments. There is such despair and hopelessness in Old East Village. The emails would make people cry if they read them. Where is the support for those people? Where is the safety and security and the health and the mental health and the support? There isn't even a phone number for them to call. Who do they call in the middle of the night? Some of them are sleeping in their living room because they're so scared that people are going to be breaking into their homes because they're on the porches and in the backyard. They're taking everything that isn't pinned down. People are scared. And we are focused on bringing meals and water to encampments. What about the rest of the people? They want help for these other people too, but they don't want meals in encampments by the river. They want what we promised them: decent, affordable housing, healthcare, addiction treatment. This is a lot of money for 6 weeks. We went from hearing, we're so glad we're going to be done with a temporary winter response, we're moving towards something more permanent. And now we're in a 6-week temporary summer response. Somehow we were okay leaving people in April in the rain and the snow without a winter response and without a summer response. We were okay with that. We were okay with it in May, and now all of a sudden in June, it's not okay. Now we need a temporary summer response. Who is governing this? Who is saying that this is what we want? Is it what Londoners want? And maybe some of the other councillors don't have the literal pain and despair in their ward. But in Ward 4 and in that area around the social service agencies and the hub at Adelaide and Queens, it is desperate times for people. And that gets to be part of this. So this health and homeless and this whole of community, it sounds really good. But I am telling you that the people in my ward do not feel like they are a part of that. They do not hear that their city is committed to their well-being, to their safety. There are so many people who don't have 3 meals a day. They're on ODSP. And we just go, oh, well, it's the province. But here we're going to bring 3 meals a day and snacks to the encampments.
Councillor, 30 seconds.
I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the list, I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I think we've gone around this issue quite a bit through this meeting. I hope that the committee's ready to have a vote on this. And I think that what we have to focus on are 2 things. The first is that I think we need to focus on the immediacy right now. And that's what's before us in this recommendation from staff. But I do think that we cannot ignore the frustration in the community either. And when we talk about engaging with the public, what I would encourage folks to do is for us to deal with this matter tonight and at council, but let's all give some thought. And let's actually take the opportunity this week to attend these meetings around the hubs. I've said this on other issues, including the strategic plan and including the budget. Inviting people here to sit up in the gallery, not that you're not welcome, folks, because you are, but inviting people here to sit up in the gallery while we debate and talk, and then while they wait for their 5 minutes to talk, that's a formal PPM, and that's not always the most effective way for people to have their voices heard. So I hope we can deal with the item that's before us, but I would encourage all of us to listen to what we've heard, and not just from Councillor Stevenson. I know I personally heard some of the same frustrations from Jen Pastoris and the OEV last week. I sat down with Jen to talk about CIPs, but we also talked about the realities that businesses on the street are facing there. So let's take what we've heard tonight and give it some careful thought and think about what we want that public engagement around the longer term encampment strategy that Mr. Dickens referenced earlier. And I apologize, when I heard public engagement, I defaulted to PPM, and that's not necessarily the best, most effective tool. So let's think about what we want that public engagement to look like. Maybe we want to use the same strategy that we're using on the hubs this week and next week, where residents can come, not to City Hall and sit up in what I've come to call the penalty box, because it looks like we're in a hockey arena now, but not so that they can sit up there, but so that they can sit on the same level as us in community centers, in libraries, in wherever we're going to hold these things and have some discussions. And let's do that perhaps with staff present and with councillors present as well. Maybe that's not what we go away from after we attend the meetings this week and decide is the best engagement tool either. I think that there's a desire for the public to have an opportunity to weigh in is a valid one. But I don't think we need to decide tonight what exactly that has to look like, because we are going to have longer range and reports coming in from the whole of community response. I know that there's an update at SPPC. There will continue to be reports coming to this committee as well. And to Mr. Dickens' point, as these things merge together, maybe we need to merge some of our public engagement processes as well. Maybe we need to stop being married to the idea of the gallery is the only place where we can hear from the public, or a letter on the agenda is the only place we can hear from the public. And let's think about, as we continue to deal with these problems, once we have the hub engagements done, what do we want the next phase of and the next check-in for the public on this whole of community response as the encampment pieces are merged in, as other pieces are merged in? What does that public engagement look like coming forward? I think we've got a real opportunity to learn this week as we attend some of these meetings. But I think it's actually not the best idea for us to make a snap decision on what that needs to look like right now, because I think we do need to learn from those. Let's see how they go. This is the first time we've done something like this. So let's see if it's productive or not. And let's reserve our judgment on how we engage moving forward until after we've tried this and see if it works. If it works, great, maybe this is the model we take forward. If it doesn't work, maybe we got to have another discussion amongst ourselves about what will work. But I think what's important right now is that we get to a decision point on this response and get this agenda dispensed with tonight and continue the discussions with each other, with the public, with our staff. Because whether we support or oppose the motion that's before us tonight, the work's a long way from done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have Councillor Frank and then Councillor Rahman. So Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and thanks for having me at your committee. Now you can see I've joined virtually. I want to thank the staff for continuing to put forward a lot of effort and a lot of consideration for this work, considering that you have the direct relationships with community members and the expertise. I think that while I share the passion of Councillor Stevenson that I'd like everyone to have a roof over their head and a proper house, I understand that you are working really hard to try and meet the needs of people where they're at. I would love to see us continue to use any and all tool we have that would be able to get people into housing. So I am excited to see how councillors react to the motion that I put forward at PEC, and will be coming to council on June 27th to deeply or connect with developers and try to get 10% affordable units in their developments. Because if we're serious about trying to ensure that we have affordable housing for everyone, we need to be looking at all options. And so I look forward to seeing where councillors land on that, because I will be bringing that back up. And I continue to applaud the work again of staff for putting all this effort in. I know it's really hard and you're having lots of discussions with people, but I thank you for the work that you're doing, and keep it up.
Thank you, Councillor Frank. I have Councillor Rahman. So Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and thank you, Presiding Officer, for allowing me to speak on this matter again. I just want to go back before we vote on this matter and go to Schedule 1, which is included in the report that outlines the funding requests that we're receiving, that we're improving through this motion, because sometimes when we're looking at a motion, we get lost as to what that purpose of the motion is. So that we're all very, very clear and intentional on what we are voting on. So line 1, food and food safety, up to $42,000 for food and food safety. Going further down that list, we've got up to $5,000 for hygiene and sanitation services. Go up that list. We're talking about some of those supports that we're saying help address how people's mental health and how they're feeling, the up to $65,000 to be accommodated within existing social and health development services through those existing drop-in staff supports. Again, to the hygiene and sanitation services, security for showers, we're talking about $7,000. So when we're talking about voting no or voting yes on this matter, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about things that hit basic human needs, basic human rights. So again, as we vote right now on this matter, I'm mindful of what it is I'm voting on. I'm mindful of what the costs are, and I'm mindful about what the implications are when you don't vote to support these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. That exhausts the speakers list, so I'm going to ask once if there's anybody. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd just like to say to that point that to remember that these people are living in an encampment by the river. There is nothing kind, safe, humane about that. And bringing them 3 meals a day and a shower does not change that, in my opinion. It's a very, very unsafe place to be. When it comes to the hubs and the community involvement, I would like to say that there is nothing centrally located. We've got the Canada Aquatic, we've got the Kiwanis, and we're way out at East Lyons Community Center. There's nothing centrally, is there? Okay, is that changed?
I will pass that to Ms. Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to answer. Yes, June 26th at Kiwanis Community Center, which is in Blackfriars area, so central to the central. So we tried to put in all geography so it's central. We are using facilities we have.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston.
Usually there's something at the Central Library or maybe Carling Optum Center. I mean, for my ward, they've got to go quite a bit west or quite a bit east. I just wondered if it was possible to add another one in that might be a little more central.
Thank you. And through the chair, we looked at community centers, but we were in a short period of time, so I looked at community centers where I didn't have to cancel programming. I understand what you said at Carleen Heights. I would have chosen that. However, it's closed for renovations and maintenance and repairs and painting. So this was the closest one that didn't have any events or activities that we had to cancel in the evening. So in the future, we would pick Carleen Heights if it was open.
Any chance of using the Central Library?
Ms. Livingston.
Mr. Chair, am I being asked to hold a second one in the, we've already advertised this one, the date and the place, or is council asking us to undertake a second one at the library?
This debate has been going on for a bit, and it was a good debate, so I will go back to Councillor Stevenson to ask that question, and then I will ask Ms. Livingston to answer the question, then we'll call the question.
Thank you. I'm not going to make that request. I will reach out and send out the survey myself. And I think it matters. It really does matter. And I think if we have to hold it on a street corner or in a parking lot, people should be given the opportunity to be able to speak. A lot of people, a lot of seniors are not going to use the survey, the app, or the link. I'm not going to be able to get that information to them. And it's a long way to travel to Kiwanis or out to East Lyons. And there was only a week's notice. So I do think there are ways that we are able to serve people in a better way on something that matters so incredibly much. Right? And the area that is the most impacted is the area that has not been served. So I'm not asking for it, but I am saying that going forward in future, the area that is the most impacted gets to be made a priority, because they're really not feeling like they're a priority. And I heard that all last summer when I was canvassing, and I didn't really believe it, and I am seeing it now, and it's unfair. And I understand it's inconvenient. They have a right. They have rights too.
Thank you, Councillor. That exhausts the speakers list, so I'll be calling the question.
Councillor Stevenson?
I vote no.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. That moves us on to the next item for direction, and that is item 4.4, a communication from Councillor Pribble on the winter response. So I will go to Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and through the chair to the staff. This is the thing we talked about last meeting, and there was the request, and I'm looking for last 4 years, and I think the motion has been updated now with those 4 years as well. And again, just repeating myself, since the last meeting, what I would like to, we had 2 different strategies, internal, external, and I would like the comparison to see. I do believe we are going to have a great system coming out of the summit, but I do want to know if certain things are not working out, we should, as a proper corporation, we had 2 different approaches to solve this matter during the last 4 years, and we should know how each one was efficient, what were the strengths, weaknesses, so just in case we need to jump back into it, so we know which one was the better one. Thank you.
I will go to Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a point of clarification. It would be 3 years, not 4 years of winter response. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. And Councillor Pribble, you have more to say?
No, just to follow up, I wasn't sure if it was 3 or 4. 3, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. So you are moving this, and I'm looking for a seconder.
Sorry, I'm removing that there needs to be an update from the clerk to 3 years, and then I'm moving it.
Okay, we'll wait for that update. It's done. Okay, check your e-scribe.
Just if that year, one of the 4th year, it could be deleted as well. Not just the words 3 to 4, but also the year in the bracket, if it could be deleted, please.
Councillor Pribble, which year would you like to delete?
Question to the staff, Mr. Dickens, so 1920 wasn't correct, or 1920 didn't happen, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. So we're looking at a 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23 would be the 3 years. I will just, if I may, Chair, the wording, just want to make sure, is it at the next CAPS meeting that this is requested, this report?
Councillor Pribble.
During the last meeting, I was told that we would be able to do this by end of July.
Mr. Dickens.
Correct, that was in May, and it never manifested. So as we're now a month later in June, my team is going to be dedicated to bringing you a HUBs plan in July and a number of other initiatives related to community engagement and consultations. I would be pulling people off of that work to do this. If we could, if committee was amenable to it, if we could get back to you in August, that would give us some breathing room.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor Pribble.
Yes, I do think that by end of August, by the meeting in August, that would be fine. Thank you.
And I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson. And I will ask for any speakers on the speakers list to speak to this. Okay, I have no speakers. I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, that is the last of the public session. Oh, sorry, we have Section 5, Deferred Matters Additional Business, 5.1. Okay, and I'm looking for a mover and seconder to receive that deferred matters list. Councillor Rahman moving, Councillor Stevenson seconding. Okay, looking for a speakers list. Speakers? No speakers? Okay, call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and Councillor Stevenson has just informed me that she has something for additional business. So Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I don't know if I have a seconder, but I'm going to ask for one. I'd like to put forward a motion that states that none of the first 5 hubs will be in the core area. Do I have a seconder for that?
Looking to committee for a seconder for Councillor Stevenson's motion. Councillor Pribble.
I'm not planning to second it right now, or I'm not, but I will wait. I see what the councillor, and I know what she means, and she means well, and I would agree with her, but I'm gonna first wait for the report from the staff. And then if I feel that there are no better proposed sites, then I think we can come back to it. Thank you.
And thank you, and I'll speak through the chair. From what I understand, there's negotiations or a review of where encampments are going to be and where encampments are not going to be, and it's happening right now. So maybe I should go to Mr. Dickens, if you'd like to speak to that, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So as we outlined in the note to council, the invite through council, the online information page, is we are asking the business community, individuals with lived experience, the general community, neighborhood associations, to provide us criteria for which they think is important about where hubs are located. So to your assumption, yes, that is correct. That work is happening in real time to inform the plan. What the plan will produce is a community informed through many different voices, some criteria about where hubs should be located. It will not come back and say, the first hub is going here. It will say, this is the criteria we should be using when it comes time to select where the hubs will go. That will also make up part of the expression of interest, to look for lead agencies to say, you must follow this plan as it's been endorsed, whatever that looks like, by council. That these are the criteria you use for where they go and where they don't go, and then all of the service standards and the like. So I think that work will happen down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens, and I'll just ask from the chair as well, if you can look into your crystal ball and maybe tell us a time frame of when we might be expecting that.
As mentioned, Chair, that comes to the July SPPC, which is why we're moving so quickly.
Thank you, I missed that. Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I'd just like to remind too that there was a council-approved core area action plan, number 69, that said there was a perceived oversaturation of social services in the core, that there was to be a mapping, an investigation as to whether that was necessary, and if so, how to manage that. And that is a necessary part of this. I'm hoping it's part of what this process is, but that was already a council-approved thing that was not done.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, we will move on to the confidential items. So I will look for a mover to move us into in-camera. Councillor Rahman, seconder. Councillor Stevenson, hand vote. Oh, okay, let's do a physical vote as per the clerk.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And to everyone online who is going to be in this in-camera session, the clerk has asked for a few moments to just set up. Okay, we are back in public session. I will look to Councillor Rahman to report out of our in-camera session. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, presiding officer, I'm happy to report that progress was made on items 6.1 and 6.2.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman, and that is everything on the agenda, so I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor. I don't know if you can second this one. Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. All in favor to adjourn? That motion is carried.